Chapter 1575, Nurturing Experts. It seems that I'll need to speed things up, Feng thought after hearing Aqua Rose's report. He was quite familiar with the Blackwater Corporation's power. He had witnessed its rise in God's domain in the past. Despite joining God's domain so late, Blackwater had still developed into a super guild quite quickly in the past. One could just imagine how frightening Blackwater's potential was. Furthermore, the Blackwater Corporation had invested in God's domain much earlier in this life. Blackwater's experts had already caught up with God's domain's mainstream players. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stood a chance against the other superpowers vying for the Iron Empire. Of course, Zero Wing didn't have much to be afraid of if the Blackwater Corporation focused on its development in the Iron Empire. Based on what he heard from Yulan, the guild had only recently taken control of the empire. The guild was just starting to expand. Although Blackwater possessed plenty of experts and funding, it lacked the power to spread its influence across multiple kingdoms and empires as the various super first-rate and super guilds had. While the organization might be able to deal with small guilds right now, it couldn't touch Zero Wing. Unfortunately, that was only true if Blackwater worked alone. If it worked with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing's situation would take a turn for the worst. Blackwater could leave the reconnaissance to Heaven's Burial while it supplied the guild with a large number of experts. Currently, players who wanted to grind and level up had to travel to distant maps, and most of the high-level maps weren't concentrated in a single area. Even if Feng used the 7 Luminaries Rings space movement, it would take a considerable amount of time to travel from one high-level map to another. How much time have they given us to consider? Feng asked. 1 day, but I let my anger get the best of me, and I rejected their offer instantly, Aqua Rose said in a subdued voice. You rejected them? Feng stared at Aqua Rose in surprise. Did you really reject them? Aqua Rose nodded silently, knowing that she had made a huge mess of things. By outright rejecting Blackwater's offer, she had undoubtedly created another powerful enemy for Zero Wing. Ha! Good. Well done. Feng could not help but laugh when he saw Aqua Rose's guilty expression. Although Zero Wing is not very strong, we're never afraid of a challenge. If they want to come, let them. We'll fight it out. Guild leader. Aqua Rose felt guilty and slightly touched by Feng's words. Not only didn't he blame her in the slightest, but he also actively encouraged her. Alright, don't worry about it. This isn't the first time we've fought a superpower, Feng said, shrugging. But be careful this time. Keep an eye on their movement at all times. Also, we need to push our guild members to complete their Tier 2 promotions. Every bit of help is useful. Have our guild's internal members focus on leveling quickly, so they can add to the guild's combat power. I'll prepare some top-tier equipment, magic scrolls, and advanced potions for our guild members to challenge their promotion quests. As for the guild's internal members, I'll help them level up with Summer, Aqua Rose said, nodding. Following which, Feng mentioned a few good grinding locations for Aqua Rose to use as she helped power level Zero Wing's internal members. The guild's internal members already had solid combat standards, they only lacked levels. Once they were brought up to speed, Zero Wing would have another batch of expert players to help defend it. When Feng finished his call with Aqua Rose, he proceeded to train with the guild's internal members. To help them improve faster, Feng even provided specific guidance to a few talented members. He even went so far as to use the 10 additional black cards he had acquired from the secret pavilion to train Yu Zipping and a few others. In such a way, Feng trained Yu Zipping and the other internal members during the day. When the sun set, he'd log back into God's domain and grind through the divine staircase. The greatest problem other players in the World Summit faced was the drain on their stamina and concentration, but Feng could rely on his life essence to boost his recovery rate, having no issues in this regard. The only real problem was the Divine Shrine's increasing difficulty. As a result, Feng had to take more time to clear each shrine. Initially, he had only spent 30 minutes on each Divine Shrine, though he spent most of that time waiting for Divine Providence's 30-minute cooldown to end. As he ascended the divine staircase, however, the amount of time he needed to clear each shrine gradually increased to 2, then 3 hours. After grinding for 4 consecutive days, Feng finally defeated the 29th Shrine's guardian boss, a Great Lord-ranked Realm Lord. He had initially assumed that he'd earn more shrine points from each subsequent divine shrine he cleared, but that wasn't entirely the case. After the 10th divine shrine, the SP reward only increased once every 5 divine shrines, yet these shrines' difficulty constantly increased as he cleared the last. By the time Feng cleared the 29th divine shrine, he had only accumulated 86,360 shrine points. He was still roughly 14,000 points away from affording the cheapest bloodline. Fortunately, although he hadn't acquired as many shrine points as he had hoped, he had secured a decent number of mana barrier crystal fragments. When High Lord and Great Lord ranked guardian bosses died, they'd drop at least 1 crystal fragment, but he had obtained up to 3 crystal fragments from a single boss. As a result, he had a total of 43 mana barrier crystal fragments. As for the Conqueror's armor design, he had collected 6 fragments thus far. He was only 3 fragments away from completing the design. He had also obtained over 100 level 50 to level 55 weapons and equipment. Their ranks ranged between bronze and secret silver, and although they weren't top tier, they were rare and valuable at this stage of the game. During this time, the White Tiger Dojo had also delivered the previously agreed 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 20 million credits. Upon receiving the payment, Feng assigned Shadow Sword to take charge of the 500 apprentices from the dojo. These apprentices would train in Zero Wing City's battle arena, improve their skill completion rates in Stone Forest Town's advanced combat rooms, and level while grinding and questing each day. As a result, their combat standards steadily rose with each passing day. Unfortunately, Zero Wing's members had encountered group skirmishes with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's experts in the fields, increasing the guild's expenditures. Despite the massive revenue source Zero Wing City had become, the situation took a heavy toll on the guild's funds. However, monetary compensation wasn't the guild's biggest problem, but the loss of top-tier weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, the guild only had a few teams capable of acquiring such items. Although Aqua Rose and the other core members had formed teams to hunt down the enemy experts, they hadn't obtained enough level 45 top-tier equipment to replenish the guild stock. Guild leader, I'm afraid that our stock of level 45 top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse will run out at this rate. Many of the other large guilds in the kingdom have already surpassed our raid progress in level 50 team dungeons, Aqua Rose reported, clearly frustrated. Moreover, based on the latest reports, it seems that Blackwater has sent over 4,000 experts to target our players. Including Heaven's Burial's experts, our teams are suffering a massive disadvantage while grinding in the fields. If Feng were present, they might be able to slaughter Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts a few times by relying on his spatial gate, which would, more or less, make up for the guild's losses. Zero Wing's members were constantly ambushed in the fields, yet Tier 2 experts like her were limited in their ability to fend off every ambush. Unless their guild members stopped leveling and questing, there'd be no end to this problem. Moreover, level 45 top-tier equipment was required to raid level 50 team dungeons. If the guild warehouse ran out of such equipment, they'd have to stop raiding these dungeons. If this persisted, guild members might even lose interest in earning guild contribution points. If that happened, the guild would fall apart. Have Melancholic and the others focus on crafting level 45 equipment, and temporarily stop sales on level 45 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Use some of that stock to replenish the guild warehouse. If worst comes to worst, have Snow send some level 45 top-tier equipment from the branch guild, Feng said after giving the matter some thought. He had never expected Blackwater to be ruthless enough to send 4,000 experts. To make matters worse, that wasn't the guild's full strength. Blackwater's foundations had truly exceeded his expectations. Feng jumped back into his virtual gaming cabin, ignoring the fact that it was currently daytime and he was supposed to be resting. After logging back into God's domain, he immediately made his way to the 30th Divine Shrine. Chapter 1576, Divine Shrine's Opportunity. Once Feng entered the 30th Divine Shrine, the space before him transformed. Currently, he faced a dark cavern. The cavern was very large as a sports arena. Moreover, many tunnels led out of it. From time to time, he also spotted 1 or 2 Lizardman patrol squads moving in and out of these tunnels. Even the weakest Lizardman in these patrol squads was a level 58 Special Elite, while the strongest was a level 60 Lord. The raid difficulty really has increased quite significantly. Feng frowned slightly as he observed the Lizardmen. It's no wonder so many expert demon players had to stop after reaching the 30th shrine. Previously, even the strongest non-boss monster in the 29th Divine Shrine was only a level 60 chieftain. In God's domain, chieftain-ranked monsters were at the Tier 1 standard. Hence, current players, particularly demon players, could still have a relatively easy time dealing with chieftains. However, when a monster reached the Lord rank, they attained the Tier 2 standard and were capable of using Tier 2 skills. It might be fine if all a demon player had to deal with were 2 or 3 lords. The crucial point was that, based on what Feng could see, there was a total of 30 Lord-ranked Lizardmen patrolling in the cavern alone. If one entered the tunnels, who knew how many more lords they would encounter? Against 30 Lord-ranked monsters, even a Tier 2 player would get overwhelmed easily, not to mention a Tier 1 player. An ordinary Tier 1 expert would be fortunate if they could survive even 10 seconds against such a large number of lords. It was no wonder many experts in the World Summit had their progress climbing the Divine Staircase halted at the 30th Divine Shrine. Currently, based on the ranking list Feng saw before he entered the 30th Divine Shrine, only 5 players had successfully passed the 30th Divine Shrine. After observing the patrol routes of the Lizardmen, Feng activated the 7 Luminaries' Ring's aura of wind and dashed towards the tunnel that the system map indicated provided access to the heart of the cave system. The patrol squads in the cavern moved in fixed patterns. From observation, Feng found out that there would not always be 30 patrol squads moving inside the cavern but only around 4 to 10 patrol squads most of the time. As long as he used the opportunity when only 4 patrol squads were present to enter the tunnel leading to the core area, he would attract the attention of only 2 Lizardman patrol squads at most. In the next moment, Feng transformed into an afterimage as he dashed past 1 Lizardman patrol squad. By the time the patrol squad reacted, Feng was already several yards beyond it. Very quickly, he zipped by the 2nd patrol squad as well and entered the core tunnel. However, the moment Feng set foot in the core tunnel, he felt the threat of death. Traps. As soon as Feng entered the tunnel, dozens of small magic arrays appeared along the tunnel walls. In the next moment, these magic arrays launched magical bolts of various elements. Although these magical bolts did not seem very powerful, each one contained enough power to rival a Tier 3 spell. Even a Tier 1 player geared in top-tier equipment would be killed instantly if struck by these bolts. In addition to these attacks, there were also 2 patrol squads of Lizardmen chasing after him. Sure enough, the difficulty is very high. Upon seeing the dozens of magical bolts flying at him, Feng immediately understood the reason why so few demon players had made it through the 30th Divine Shrine. He quickly executed Sword's Orbit, striking down the bolts one after another as he continued advancing down the tunnel. Fortunately, the activated traps were effective not just against players but the Lizardmen as well. When the Lizardmen entered the tunnel, they were promptly bombarded by magical bolts from the traps Feng triggered and sent flying back out of the tunnel. As the Lizardmen had relatively high HP, they managed to survive even after being struck by what was effectively a Tier 3 spell. However, this situation also prevented them from pursuing Feng. Thus, they could only watch as Feng gradually disappeared from their sight. The path leading towards the core of the cave system was replete with various kinds of traps. From time to time, Feng would also come across other Lizardman patrol squads. As a result, he progressed towards the core at a snail's pace. After walking for over 2 hours, he arrived at a spacious cavern with a stone altar sitting in the middle of it. Stone pillars carved with magic runes surrounded the altar. Meanwhile, above the altar was the teleportation array leading out of the divine shrine. At this moment, however, lizard men were kneeling around the altar. At a glance, Feng spotted over 300 lizardmen. Although the majority of these lizardmen were only elite-ranked, there were 9 Lord-ranked lizardmen in the mix. However, the Lord-ranked lizardmen were no longer the strongest monsters present, which was instead the staff-wielding lizardman standing at the stone altar. Currently, the staff-wielding lizardman appeared to be offering a prayer of sorts. Lizardman Chief, Realm Lord, Humanoid Creature, Grand Lord, Level 60 HP 42, 000, 000/42, 000, 000. Feng could not help but frown as he looked at the Lizardman Chief. The guardian boss of the 29th Divine Shrine had been only a Level 60 Great Lord. Yet, in the 30th Divine Shrine, the guardian boss had actually become a Grand Lord. The increase in difficulty utterly exceeded Feng's expectations. Although the Lizardman Chief did not possess the HP of an ordinary Grand Lord of the same level, the enhanced spells of a Grand Lord-ranked Realm Lord was no laughing matter. Even if Feng successfully blocked one of the Lizardman Chief's spell attacks with his weapons, there was a high chance that he would end up losing his life. Seeing this, Feng could not help but hesitate whether he should bypass the Lizardman Chief and head straight for the teleportation array or stay behind and defeat the Guardian Boss. He was fully confident of directly passing the 30th Divine Shrine while keeping his life intact. However, he could not say the same if he chose to fight the Lizardman Chief. While he did not mind losing one challenge opportunity, he did have 10 chances after all. The crucial point was that players would still lose a level if they died inside the Divine Shrines. Fortunately, though, no items would drop upon death. A Grand Lord was an existence that served as the final boss of Team Dungeons. It was practically impossible for players to solo such an existence. Just as Feng was mulling over his options, the Lizardman Chief suddenly started chanting an incantation. The runes carved on the stone altar then lit up with a dark blue glow. The space above the Lizardman Chief also collapsed, forming a tunnel of sorts into the dark void. Immediately after, a golden tablet slowly descended from this shattered space. The moment this golden tablet appeared, the mana inside the entire cavern stirred. The tablet itself also released a powerful divine might that put immense pressure on the living creatures around it. This is a legacy tablet? Feng's eyes focused on the golden tablet. For a moment, he even thought they were playing tricks on him. He had acquired quite a few legacy tablets thus far. Meanwhile, every tablet was a treasure that allowed players to learn combat techniques. However, the tablets he possessed were just bronze and silver ranked. Thus far, he had only seen one gold tablet before. Moreover, the said tablet had even been stolen by a mysterious Tier 5 NPC. One could just imagine the value of a gold-ranked secret technique tablet. Just as Feng was feeling surprised at the appearance of the gold tablet, the Lizardman Chief extended his hands and received the tablet. He then started chanting another incantation. This time, the Lizardman Chief caused an even greater commotion. The mana inside the entire cavern gathered at the stone altar and became so dense that it started transforming into white mist. At the same time, a threefold magic array also formed on the ground the stone altar sat on. This is a space-time teleportation magic array? What is he trying to do? Could he be trying to send the gold tablet to another location? Feng was very familiar with the threefold magic array that formed beneath the stone altar. However, he did not believe that the Lizardman Chief was going to leave the Divine Shrine. Hence, there was only one other possibility why the Lizardman Chief would need a teleportation array, to send something away. Since the Lizardman Chief had summoned the teleportation array immediately after receiving the gold tablet, it was highly likely that the Realm Lord was planning on sending the gold tablet away. This won't do. I can't let him send the gold tablet away. Feng steeled his heart and started sneaking his way over to the Lizardman Chief. A gold tablet was incomparably valuable. It was not something that bronze and silver tablets could compare to. Just a silver tablet was already enough to prompt the various superpowers to bloody one another's noses, all the more a gold tablet. If he missed out on this opportunity, who knew how long it would take before he came across another gold tablet? In fact, he might never come across another gold tablet again. Moreover, the divine staircase became increasingly difficult the higher one ascended. If he could not defeat the Lizardman Chief, then it was even less likely that he could defeat the guardian bosses of the subsequent divine shrines. Just as the Lizardman Chief was about to send the gold tablet out of the cavern. At the critical moment, Feng activated the aura of Time's forbidden domain. Please work. Seeing that the space-time teleportation magic array was about to activate, Feng could not help but pray for his forbidden domain to succeed in stopping it. Chapter 1577, Threefold Suppression. When Feng activated Forbidden Domain, a layer of black mist enveloped the entire cavern, the mist freezing the flow of all the mana inside the cavern. Meanwhile, due to the stoppage in the flow of mana, the space-time teleportation magic array, which was still in the process of activating, failed. The mana the teleportation array had gathered then began to leak out and scatter into the surroundings, which also caused the spatial tear above the stone altar to close. Good. Feng inwardly grew ecstatic when he saw the teleportation array disappearing. The space-time teleportation magic array, which was activated using the stone altar, was frighteningly powerful. Although Forbidden Domain could suppress mana, if a source of mana had an insuppressible amount of power, then Forbidden Domain naturally would be of no avail. Fortunately, the enhanced space-time teleportation magic array had yet to reach a realm where Forbidden Domain was ineffective. Meanwhile, the disappearance of the teleportation array had riled up every lizardman inside the entire cavern. Immediately, they all turned to look in Feng's direction. Intruder! You dare interrupt this sacred ritual? Pay for your crime with your life. The Lizardman Chief bellowed at Feng, a wrathful expression on his face as he thumped his tail furiously on the ground. Every Lizardman present inside the cavern promptly charged at Feng. As for the Lizardman Chief, he gathered mana in his staff to destroy Feng's forbidden domain. Among the 300-plus Lizardmen charging at Feng were 9 lords and 1 high lord. In the face of such a force, even an ordinary Tier 2 expert would shudder in fear. However, rather than feeling fearful, Feng smiled as he switched the aura of time to the aura of fire. He then unfurled a crimson Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Meanwhile, contained within this magic scroll was none other than the Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell Flame Prison. Suddenly, fiery pillars shot up from the ground, trapping all the oncoming lizardmen in a prison of flames. Any lizardman that came into contact with the scorching flames received devastating amounts of damage, losing over 1 million HP every second. The spell's activation instantly killed the elite-ranked lizardmen. Meanwhile, before Flame Prison's duration was anywhere close to ending, Feng took out an aqua-blue Tier 3 magic scroll. Ice Torrent. A torrent of water crashed down from the cavern's ceiling and impacted the ground heavily. Any living creature that came into contact with the water turned into an ice sculpture on the spot. The chieftain-ranked lizardmen, who had received critical damage from the initial wave of attacks from Flame Prison, had their remaining HPs thoroughly consumed, their frozen bodies shattering into tiny frost particles. Loot then scattered all over the cavern's submerged floor. After just a brief moment, only the 9 lords and 1 high lord remained of the lizardman army. Seeing that the lord-ranked lizardmen were already at critical HP, Feng followed up with Flame Domain. Although Flame Domain was not as powerful as a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, it was more than enough to deal with the lord-ranked lizardmen. After the 3 large-scale destruction spells descended, only the High Lord-ranked Lizardman captain remained of the 300-plus Lizardmen that charged at Feng. At this moment, though, the High Lord had less than half of his HP left. Even so, Feng had no intentions of showing mercy, immediately advancing towards the Lizardman captain. If it were during normal times, Feng would pay no attention whatsoever to a High Lord-ranked monster. However, he currently had to deal with the Grand Lord-ranked Lizardman chief. If he left the Lizardman captain alone now, he might very well come to regret it later on. Currently, the Lizardman chief was much more powerful than the Grand Lord-ranked purgatory puppets Feng had fought during the entrance test. The Realm Lord also possessed much greater HP. Moreover, Feng was alone right now, and the system disallowed the use of summoning scrolls. Hence, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Lizardman chief, and he definitely could not afford even the slightest bit of carelessness. However, just when Feng arrived before the Lizardman captain and was about to use Flame Burst to finish off the High Lord, numerous flame spears suddenly shot at him. Upon seeing this, Feng retreated in surprise. Boom. When the flame spears impacted the ground, large craters immediately formed. What power? So this is a Tier 3 spell cast by a Realm Lord? Feng was inwardly astonished as he looked at the flaming craters. It was self-evident that the Lizardman chief had removed the effects of Forbidden Domain. Although the Lizardman chief had cast only a Tier 3 spell, its power was already at the Tier 4 standard. If Feng tried blocking such a spell, he might very well lose his life in an instant. Meanwhile, as soon as Feng dodged the flame spears, flames started raining down from midair. At the same time, chains made of flames emerged from the ground and shot at him, giving him no chance to catch a breather. Whether it was the rain of flames or the flaming chains, both were spells capable of killing Feng upon contact right now. Damn it! Gritting his teeth, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power. He then executed the Tier 2 instant strike at the Lizardman captain. In the blink of an eye, Feng's body disappeared from the trajectories of the Lizardman chief's attacks and appeared before the heavily injured Lizardman captain. Phantom kill. 9 Dragons slash. Feng held nothing back as he launched one powerful attack after another at the Lizardman captain, who only had around 4 million HP remaining. Due to Heavenly Dragon's power's effect, Feng's strength attribute increased by 150%. His strength was now superior to even a Grand Lord's of the same level. There was also Instant Strike's effects, which increased his attack speed by 500% and damage dealt by 400%. In the next moment, damages exceeding -100,000 appeared above the Lizardman captain's head one after another. Sometimes, a critical hit dealing over -300,000 damage would also occur. As Feng and his doppelganger hacked and slashed at the Lizardman captain, they also activated Defensive Blade to block the spell attacks coming from the Lizardman chief. The fight with the Lizardman captain lasted only a matter of seconds. During this period, the High Lord had very little chance to counterattack. By the time the Lizardman captain was dead, Feng and his doppelganger had mostly exhausted the block counts of their defensive blade. Although only the Lizardman chief remained now, Feng did not dare to be careless. As a precaution, he stabbed the abyssal blade into the ground and activated Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, pitch-black shackles emerged from the ground beneath the Lizardman chief's feet, binding the Realm Lord completely. The Realm Lord's basic attributes then began decreasing rapidly. However, the Lizardman chief was not an easy opponent to defeat. With a shout, he shattered the restraints on his body and stopped his basic attributes from decreasing any further. In the end, the Realm Lord still retained 80% of his basic attributes, remaining a nightmarish existence to current players. However, Feng had long since expected such an outcome. He then activated Disintegration Field, causing the Lizardman chief's basic attributes to plummet once more. Eventually, the Lizardman chief's basic attributes fell to only 60% of their original values. However, Feng was still not satisfied with this result. He took out the Ring of Gospel and spent 5,000 magic crystals, activating World Projection. Threefold Suppression. If players in the outside world were to see this scene, their eyes would most likely fall out of their sockets. Feng had actually suppressed a Realm Lord-grade Grand Lord to the point where the boss possessed only 45% of his original basic attributes. Now, the Lizardman chief was no different from a Great Lord of the same level. However, the Lizardman chief was thoroughly enraged under Feng's threefold suppression. Waving his staff, he cast the most powerful spell in his arsenal, Hell Pythons. Suddenly, the Lizardman Chief's staff transformed into a bundle of flames, which then expanded and became 9 massive, flaming pythons that were fully under the Lizardman Chief's control. He still had such a trump card to play? Feng's complexion darkened when he saw the flaming pythons striking at him. Although he had yet to clash with these flaming pythons, he could already tell that they were not something a Tier 2 player like himself could hope to stop. Just when the 9 flaming pythons were about to come into contact with Feng, the latter suddenly split into 10 identical copies of himself. This move was none other than Divine Steps. Even if he left the 9 pythons alone, the latter would be able to attack only 9 targets at most at any time. With the flaming pythons distracted, Feng immediately made his way towards the Lizardman Chief. Thundering Flash. Flame Burst. Shadow Blade. Both Feng's main body and doppelganger attacked the Lizardman Chief in a frenzy. Although the Lizardman Chief was a realm lord, his basic attributes were now suppressed to the point where they only rivaled a great lords of the same level. Moreover, the Lizardman Chief did not excel in melee battles. As a result, the Lizardman Chief became no different from a punching bag to Feng, whose basic attributes were currently superior to a grand lords of the same level. 99%, 95%, 90%. When Divine Steps ended, Feng took out a Tier 3 defensive scroll, Sacred Shield of Water, and used it. The defensive spell was capable of blocking Tier 4 attacks even for a short moment, let alone the Tier 3 attacks of the flaming pythons. By the time Hell Python's 20-second duration was over, the Sacred Shield of Water still had over a quarter of its energy remaining. Without the annoyance of the Hell Pythons, Feng had a much easier time dealing with the Lizardman Chief and was able to whittle down the Realm Lord's HP. When the duration of Heavenly Dragon's power ended, Feng promptly followed it up by activating Power of Darkness, maintaining his strength at the level of a Grand Lord. Meanwhile, every one of his normal attacks dealt over minus 30,000 damage to the Lizardman Chief and minus 80,000 for a critical hit. His skill attacks dealt over minus 100,000 damage each and minus 300,000 for a critical hit. However, Feng would occasionally be forced to block one of the Lizardman Chief's spell attacks with his weapons, losing 10,000 to 20,000 HP in the process. Fortunately, Feng had Life Domain and Void Shield to help him recover and block a portion of those attacks. Hence, he had no problems keeping his HP above a safe margin. The only real challenge he faced was that the high-intensity combat was depleting both his stamina and concentration at a severe rate. As the minutes passed by, the Lizardman Chief's HP steadily decreased. 50%, 30%, 10%. Despicable intruder. I will not let you win. The Lizardman Chief suddenly exploded in violent fury and tossed aside his staff. He then started gathering a stupendous amount of mana inside his body. Following which, not only did his body turn pitch black, but it also doubled in size. Mana Madness. At this moment, when Feng looked at the Lizardman Chief, he could feel the threat of death from the Realm Lord. Actually, even if his mind did not warn him about the Lizardman Chief, his eyes could see very clearly just how dangerous the Realm Lord was right now. Despite the Lizardman Chief just standing still right now, the ground beneath the Realm Lord buckled and shattered from the intense aura his body radiated. The air surrounding the Lizardman Chief had also become extremely heavy as well as scorching hot. Roar! The Lizardman Chief bellowed and dashed forward, appearing in front of Feng in the blink of an eye. The Realm Lord then raised his massive arms and smashed down at Feng. Come! Feng had no intention of dodging the Realm Lord's attack. Instead, he activated the Tier 2 Blade Liberation, increasing his basic attributes once more. Shadow Blade. Suddenly, several streaks of shadow merged with the slash Feng executed using Killing Ray, the combined attack landing squarely on the Lizardman Chief's fists. Boom! Feng was forced to retreat by only half a step from the resulting impact. In contrast, the Lizardman Chief's arms got flung away, leaving his scaly chest wide open to attack. Moreover, the counter had also forced the Realm Lord to retreat by 2 steps. A chance. Feng used this opportunity to activate Divine Providence and stab the Abyssal Blade at the Lizardman Chief. Flame burst. After launching a series of devastating attacks, Feng eventually reaped the final 10% HP the Lizardman Chief had remaining. Meanwhile, like a bursting balloon, the Realm Lord's body instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. Chapter 1578, Basic Strength Battle Array. He's finally dead. Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the Lizardman Chief disappearing. After going berserk, the Lizardman Chief was simply too powerful. Not only was the Realm Lord's strength overwhelming, but his attacks also carried the mana erosion effect. Every time Feng clashed with the Realm Lord, although he appeared to have the advantage, in reality, his HP also decreased by a significant amount. At this moment, Feng's HP had already fallen below 25%. Had the Lizardman Chief been able to endure a few more attacks, the one to die in that battle would have been Feng, instead. Meanwhile, after the Lizardman Chief died, over a dozen items had dropped to the ground, including 3 pieces of level 55 fine gold equipment, 4 pieces of level 55 secret silver equipment, 8 rare materials, and 2 mana barrier crystal fragments. For a level 60 Grand Lord, this loot was quite satisfactory. Not to mention, aside from all these items, the Realm Lord had also dropped 3 design fragments. When Feng saw these design fragments, his eyes immediately glowed. After all, these design fragments were meant for none other than the Conqueror's armor design. With this, I'll be able to start producing level 50 fine gold equipment that has a basic battle array added to it. Feng smiled as he looked at the 3 design fragments. He then combined the 9 design fragments, forming a complete forging design. Conqueror's Armor Forging Design, Advanced Design, Fine Gold Rank. When learned, you will be able to produce the level 50 magic rune armor. Every piece of armor produced will have a magic array carved on it. 5 pieces of armor can be used to form a basic strength battle array. Conqueror's Armor, Chest Piece, Plate Armor, Fine Gold Rank. Level 50. Equipment Requirement, Strength 700 and Agility 700. Defense plus 2150. Strength plus 64, Endurance plus 72, Agility plus 60. Additional passive skill dash. Life Sacrifice. The lower the wearer's HP, the greater the power they will receive. Increases to a maximum of 10% strength and 20% attack speed. Additional active skill dash. Basic Strength Battle Array. Requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor to activate. Upon activation, increases wearer's strength by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15%, and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates are also increased by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The effects of this basic strength battle array sure are powerful. Feng could not help his astonishment after reading through the Conqueror's Armor's introduction. He had seen many basic battle arrays before. Meanwhile, a basic battle array would be considered excellent if it increased the attribute it specialized in by 20%. Normally, though, most basic battle arrays only increased their specialized attributes by 15%. The Conqueror's Armor's basic strength battle array, however, actually increased strength by 25% and 2 other basic attributes by 15%. There was also the 10% improvement to physique. The effects of the basic strength battle array could already rival the transformation effects of demon players. In fact, the basic strength battle array provided even greater improvements to a player's combat power than a demon player's demon state did. After all, the battle array's perception sharing buff allowed players to eliminate their defensive blind spots. This, in turn, would improve a player's combat standards significantly. Moreover, coordination between players wearing the Conqueror's armor would also become much better, and they would be able to execute much more frightening attacks. If a party of 5 elite players was equipped with the Conqueror's armor, they might be able to defeat even a party of 5 ordinary experts. This was the reason the various large guilds had been extremely desperate to obtain equipment with battle arrays in the past. Moreover, the basic strength battle array was only a basic battle array. If the Conqueror's armor had an intermediate or advanced battle array instead, it could provide even more frightening improvements to a player's combat power. In the past, it was also because of some special battle arrays that many insignificant small guilds had managed to survive despite not subordinating themselves to a large guild. Currently, the value of the Conqueror's armor design was worth even more than fragmented legendary items. After going through the Lizardman Chief's loot, Feng approached the stone altar and carefully picked up the gold tablet placed on top of it. Feng was very curious to find out just what kind of combat technique the tablet recorded. To all players, secret technique tablets were precious treasures that they could use to learn combat techniques from. Moreover, the higher the rank of a secret technique tablet, the more powerful the combat technique one could learn from it. In fact, in order to obtain a gold tablet, an NPC had gone as far as to commit robbery in the middle of Blackwing City. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Feng clicked to inspect the gold tablet. Secret body technique. The pattern engraved on this tablet is too vague and incomplete, and no information can be deciphered. However, some kind of divine power hides within this pattern. If one gathers all of the stone tablets, this vague and incomplete pattern can be restored. Current tablet count, 1/3. A secret body technique? Feng's eyes glowed as he looked at the gold tablet. It was common knowledge that among the various combat techniques available in God's domain, combat techniques focused on the physical body were the most valuable. Moreover, just like void steps, such techniques were suitable for both physically and magically oriented classes. Even if one failed to grasp the combat technique completely, they would still be able to improve their control over their own bodies. After he finished inspecting the gold tablet, before he could even store it away, a golden light suddenly shone down on him. A pleasant feeling filled Feng's body as he was enveloped in this golden light. He also fully recovered all the stamina and concentration he had exhausted previously. System, congratulations. You have exceeded your own limits and achieved an exploit acknowledged by the gods. System, congratulations. You are the first player to have achieved an exploit on the Divine Staircase. Rewarding 15,000 shrine points. So, this is an exploit? Feng could not help but feel joyous when he saw the proof of having achieved an exploit appearing in his status window. Also, 15,000 shrine points? The system sure is generous. Unlike shrine points, one's accumulated exploits would not reset upon leaving the World Summit. They would remain until players spent them or deleted them deliberately. Meanwhile, the more valuable items available at the Divine Staircase, such as Bloodlines and fragmented legendary items, all required exploits to exchange for. Otherwise, even if one had the necessary shrine points, they would only be able to stare at their desired items, helpless to do anything. Moreover, due to the system reward this time, Feng's accumulated shrine points had finally broken past the 100,000 point threshold. He was now qualified to exchange for the cheapest bloodline. After thinking up to this point, Feng could not help but quickly leave the 30th Divine Shrine. When he appeared back on the Divine Staircase, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine. Rewarding 1,500 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have passed the Divine Shrine within the time limit. Rewarding 1,500 shrine points. System, congratulations. You have killed the Guardian boss within the time limit. Rewarding 4,000 shrine points. After including these rewards, Feng's total shrine points reached 109,360. However, he still had no intention of ending his challenge. After getting sufficient rest, he immediately proceeded to the next Divine Shrine. Although he currently no longer had enough magic crystals to use world projection for the subsequent Guardian bosses, even if he could not beat the Guardian bosses, he was more than capable of maneuvering past them. In any case, he was not required to defeat the Guardian bosses in order to clear the Divine Shrines and ascend the Divine Staircase. Hence, while avoiding battle with the Guardian bosses, Feng cleared one Divine Shrine after another. Meanwhile, as he was rapidly accumulating more shrine points, some players out on the World Summit had also started to notice something odd. Previously, the highest record on the ranking list displayed before the various Divine Shrines was only at the 33rd Divine Shrine. Now, however, someone had already reached the 35th Divine Shrine. Moreover, this person showed no signs of slowing down as they sped through the 35th Divine Shrine and entered the 36th. Who is this person? Skyhawk, who had just exited the 33rd Divine Shrine, revealed a surprised expression as he looked at the Divine Shrine ranking list. As one reached further Divine Shrines, not only would they face much more difficult bosses, but the traps set up inside the Divine Shrines also became increasingly powerful. In fact, Skyhawk had spent 2 of his 7 attempts on clearing the 33rd Divine Shrine. Furthermore, he had already planned on giving up trying to pass the 34th Divine Shrine altogether. As for the 35th Divine Shrine, he did not even dare think about clearing it. After all, the Divine Staircase's difficulty increased substantially every 5 levels. Despite that, there was actually someone who had successfully done so already and was challenging the 36th. Chapter 1579, Redeeming a Bloodline. After Feng entered the 36th Divine Shrine, the monsters he came across were mostly chieftains. Meanwhile, the monster patrol squads he encountered were mainly led by level 60 lords, with a few led by high lords. Even an expert player would not dare to pick a fight if they came across such monster patrol squads. Their only option would be to run away. In addition, the traps found inside the Divine Shrine had increased in both quantity and quality. Now, every trap was more than capable of killing a player instantly. If players lacked the strength to cope with the traps and patrol squads simultaneously, it was basically game over for them. To Feng, however, these monster patrol squads were no problem whatsoever. Only, having to deal with both the traps and monsters at the same time consumed a lot of his time and stamina. Fortunately, he had life essences to help replenish his stamina. Hence, he still managed to arrive at the teleportation array of the 36th Divine Shrine relatively easily. From the 35th Divine Shrine onwards, the Guardian bosses had become Grand Lord-ranked archaic species. Even if Feng had enough magic crystals to execute threefold suppression, he was not confident of defeating such a foe. A casual hit from a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species could heavily injure Feng even if he succeeded in blocking the attack. If he failed, needless to say, he would be killed instantly. As a result, Feng had to resort to Heavenly Dragon's power and life domain to keep himself alive. He then used the doppelganger summoned through Phantom Kill to activate the teleportation array. After the teleportation array was ready, he swapped positions with his doppelganger and promptly left the 36th Divine Shrine. Although Feng failed to kill the Guardian boss, passing the 36th Divine Shrine still granted him a total of 4,000 shrine points. Through this method, he smoothly ascended the Divine Staircase all the way up to the 40th Divine Shrine, causing a huge commotion among the players in the World Summit. After all, the second-ranked player only managed to clear the 33rd Divine Shrine. Meanwhile, Feng directly chose to give up on the challenge after passing the 40th Divine Shrine. The reason for this decision was the Guardian bosses no longer being Grand Lord-ranked archaic species, but mythic monsters, instead, from the 40th Divine Shrine onwards. Whether it was in terms of strength, speed, or combat standards, a mythic monster surpassed a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species by a wide margin. Against a mythic monster, skills such as Abyssal Curse and Disintegration Field had minimal effect. Even after Feng had used Heavenly Dragon's power, the Guardian boss of the 40th Divine Shrine still managed to overwhelm him. Had Feng made even the slightest mistake during the fight, he would have definitely been killed instantly. In the end, he was left with no choice but to resort to twofold berserk. However, even after he did so, against an unsuppressed mythic monster, it had taken him everything he had just to keep his life. Fortunately, he was able to hold out long enough for his doppelganger to activate the teleportation array, and he succeeded in leaving the 40th Divine Shrine. However, after activating Twofold Berserk, he had also entered a weakened state, which had a very long duration. As this method of clearing the Divine Shrines was simply too time-consuming, Feng decided that it was better to give up and use his remaining time to explore the other shrines on the World Summit. After Feng chose to leave the Divine Staircase, he arrived back at the Divine Hall located at the bottom of the World Summit. There are so many people. Upon arriving at the Divine Hall, he discovered that most of the demon players he encountered at the World Summit's main entrance were currently present in the Divine Hall. Buying demon potions, 150 gold per bottle. Willing to use level 45 top-tier weapons and equipment to exchange as well. Purchasing set pieces for level 50 dark gold or fine gold set equipment. Price is negotiable. Among the players present inside the Divine Hall, very few were here to exchange for items using their shrine points. Instead, the majority of the players were purchasing items exchanged using shrine points. Rather than an exchange center, the Divine Hall looked more like a marketplace right now. At this moment, a cloaked player approached Feng and asked, "Fellow friend, you just came out from the Divine Staircase, right? If you still have points remaining after you're done exchanging for the items you want, I'm willing to purchase those points at a high price. I'll buy 20 points for 1 gold. I'll buy 10 points for 1 gold if you have over 1,000 points, 10 points for 2 gold if you have over 3,000 points, and 10 points for 3 gold if you have over 5,000 points. How about it?" Hearing the cloaked player's words, Feng was inwardly astonished. The purchase price was simply too frightening. If players had over 5,000 points on hand, that meant passing the first Divine Shrine alone could already earn them 6 gold coins. If they defeated the Guardian boss as well, they could make a total of 21 gold from clearing the first Divine Shrine. "Sorry, but I don't have that many points to spare," Feng replied, shaking his head. He then headed straight for the exchange counter, showing no intention of trading away his points for coins. After all, he did not have a lot of shrine points on hand. Currently, he had accumulated a total of only 146,360 points. Given Feng's lack of interest, the cloaked player had no choice but to search for willing sellers. When Feng arrived before the exchange counter, a female demon NPC smiled at him and asked, "Hello, sir, may I know what item you wish to exchange for?" "Bloodlines," Feng replied. "Bloodlines?" The demon NPC revealed a shocked expression when she heard Feng's answer. Very quickly, however, she nodded and said, "All right, here is a list of bloodlines available for exchange." Although Feng and the female demon NPC did not speak loudly, everyone present in the Divine Hall was an expert. They also possessed considerably good physiques. Moreover, they were very familiar with the high-ranking items available for exchange at the Divine Hall. Hence, upon hearing the word bloodline, they turned to look at Feng, who stood before the exchange counter, their ears immediately perking up. "What? That person is actually trying to exchange for a bloodline. Even the cheapest bloodline requires 100,000 points. Previously, I heard that the monsters that managed to pass the 31st Divine Shrine only obtained 32,540 points. They are far from reaching 100,000 points. That guy should just be taking a look at the available bloodlines." "No, that might not be the case. I checked the ranking list just now and saw that someone has already cleared the 40th Divine Shrine. He might be that person. Still, even if he cleared the 40th Divine Shrine, it shouldn't be possible for him to accumulate so many points." At this moment, everyone looked at Feng with eyes filled with curiosity. After all, to them, 100,000 shrine points was an astronomical amount. It seems nobody else has discovered it yet. From the hushed discussions Feng overheard, he couldn't help but pity these expert demon players. In order to save time, these players had chosen the fastest method to clear the divine shrines and missed out on the opportunity to obtain the points for killing the guardian bosses. However, he also wasn't so kind-hearted as to announce this fact. Following which, he focused his gaze on the list of bloodlines the NPC provided him. There was a total of 33 different bloodlines available for exchange. Among them, 23 were basic bloodlines, 8 were advanced bloodlines, and 2 were peak bloodlines. In his 2 lives playing God's Domain, this was the first time Feng saw so many bloodlines gathered in one place. Meanwhile, any single one of these bloodlines could cause any expert in the past to go crazy over it. Even Apex experts would have been willing to pay any price to acquire one of these bloodlines. Chapter 1580, Hidden Benefit. Sure enough, they are all amazing. It's no wonder so many experts were so crazy about bloodlines back then. Feng felt slightly emotional when he saw the list of bloodlines. In the past, even superpowers had an extremely tough time getting their hands on bloodlines. Information on bloodlines was also heavily restricted. Even though Feng had been the guild leader of a second-rate guild, he had not possessed any detailed information on bloodlines. All he knew was that bloodlines improved a player's life rating and that they were of great help when players got promoted to higher tiers. Meanwhile, although the list of bloodlines the demon NPC gave him did not reveal a lot of information, what he could see was already more than enough to thrill him. Even the most ordinary bloodline would allow players to undergo a qualitative transformation. Take the Frost bloodline, for example. It increased the owner's compatibility with ice-type skills and spells, improving their skill and spell completion rates and base power. In addition, players with bloodlines would gain some extra basic attribute points every time they leveled up. In the case of the Frost bloodline, its primary focus was intelligence, while strength, agility, endurance, and vitality were secondary. Moreover, the bonus basic attributes gained through leveling up would further increase with each tier promotion. Eventually, as players rose in levels, the gap in basic attributes between players with bloodlines and players without bloodlines would also grow increasingly wider, to the point where the disparity could instill despair. However, looking at the cost of the various bloodlines listed, Feng could not help but frown. Of the 2 peak bloodlines available, one needed 340,000 SPs, while the other needed 360,000 SPs. In addition, both of them required 3 exploits each. These peak bloodlines were even more expensive than the top-tier fragmented legendary items. As for the 8 advanced bloodlines, they, too, were far beyond Feng's reach, as even the cheapest among them cost 200,000 SPs and 2 exploits, while the most expensive one cost 260,000 SPs and 2 exploits. Even if he managed to kill the mythic-ranked guardian boss in the 40th Divine Shrine, accumulating 200,000 SPs was unlikely. It seems like an exchange for only a basic bloodline. Feng could not help but sigh. Revealing a bitter smile, he set his eyes on the 23 basic bloodlines. Even the cheap basic bloodline, which was named Boulder Bloodline, cost 100,000 SPs and 1 exploit. The Boulder bloodline improved a player's defense, and the main basic attribute it increased was endurance. It was a bloodline more suited for MTs rather than swordsmen. In the end, Feng narrowed his choices to 3 bloodlines. Hurricane bloodline. Increases compatibility with wind-type skills and spells. Mainly improves agility, followed by endurance, strength, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 115,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. Scorching Flame bloodline. Increases compatibility with fire-type skills and spells. Mainly improves endurance, followed by strength, agility, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 122,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. Earth Dragon bloodline. Increases magic resistance. Mainly improves strength, followed by endurance, agility, vitality, and intelligence. Requires 125,000 shrine points and 1 exploit to exchange. These 3 bloodlines were more suitable for a melee physical class like the swordsman class. Whether they were wind-type or fire-type skills, the swordsman class had a little of both. Hence, the Hurricane and Scorching Flame bloodlines would provide significant improvements to a swordsman's DPS. As for the Earth Dragon bloodline, it was suitable for practically every class in the game. As players reached higher levels, the maps available for them to grind in would have increasingly poor environments. In the past, many players would even prepare multiple sets of equipment to cope with different environments. Hence, magic resistance was very helpful to players. All three bloodlines were considerably good. At the moment, Feng did not know which bloodline to choose. "Sir, should I recommend you a few bloodlines that are suited to yourself?" the female demon NPC asked, smiling as she looked at Feng's hesitant expression. "May I know what your recommendations are?" Feng could not help but ask curiously. Recommendations from NPCs were generally very accurate. However, it was not easy for players to get one from them. Usually, a player had to be lucky or have sufficiently high favorability with an NPC for such a situation to occur. As you are the heavens blessed that has progressed the furthest up the divine staircase, you get to enjoy a 10% discount on all exchanges. Hence, I recommend either the Thunderblade Advanced Bloodline or the Dark Iron Basic Bloodline, the female demon replied as she called out two displays showing the details of the bloodlines she mentioned. "You're saying the number 1 ranking player in the divine staircase gets a 10% discount?" Feng was slightly surprised to hear this. He never thought that the divine staircase's ranking list also provided such a hidden benefit. The Thunderblade bloodline the female demon mentioned was an advanced bloodline. It improved not only a player's compatibility with lightning-type skills and spells but also their attack speed. As for basic attributes, the advanced bloodline mainly improved strength and agility, followed by intelligence, endurance, and vitality. However, since it was a powerful bloodline, its cost was also frighteningly high. It needed a whopping 230,000 shrine points and 2 exploits. Even with the 10% discount, he couldn't afford this bloodline. As for the Dark Iron bloodline, it increased a player's compatibility with melee skills. As for basic attributes, the bloodline mainly increased strength, followed by agility, endurance, vitality, and intelligence. The bloodline's price was, likewise, very high, requiring 150,000 SPs and 1 exploit. Currently, he had 146,360 SPs. If he included the 10% discount, he would have more than enough to exchange for the Dark Iron bloodline. "I'll exchange for this Dark Iron bloodline," Feng said, inwardly ecstatic as he looked at the Dark Iron bloodline. Among the many basic bloodlines available, the Dark Iron bloodline was the most suited to melee classes. Since he could afford it, he naturally wouldn't go choosing other basic bloodlines. "Alright, you have to pay a total of 135,000 shrine points and 1 exploit," the female demon said, nodding. Immediately, a payment window appeared before Feng. Without hesitation, he chose to complete the transaction. A moment later, the female demon retrieved a pitch-black crystal bottle from a magic array beside her. She then carefully handed the bottle over to Feng. "So, this is a bloodline?" As Feng looked at the pitch-black liquid inside the magic crystal bottle, he could sense vitality radiating from the liquid. Moreover, the liquid also contained terrifying power. "This is the Dark Iron bloodline you've purchased. Please store it away properly. May I know if you have anything else you wish to exchange for?" "I wish to exchange for the cheapest god crystal available." When Feng took a look at the shrine points he had remaining, he saw he still had 11,360 points left. Meanwhile, the cheapest god crystal up for exchange cost 12,000 SPs before discount, which was significantly less expensive than an epic item. Not to mention, compared to an epic item, a god crystal was much more useful to him. Following which, the female demon inserted her hand into the magic array beside her again and retrieved a god crystal. Every god crystal carried the remnant divine might of a god. Hence, the mere appearance of a god crystal caused the players inside the divine hall to feel an enormous pressure bearing down on them. "What is this pressure? It's so strong." What kind of item can give off such a powerful pressure? Who is that person? Just now, he seemed to have exchanged for a bloodline already. Now, he's even exchanging for such an item. Just how many points does he have? The crowd inside the Divine Hall stared at Feng in shock. The players that previously doubted him now looked at him with eyes brimming with envy and admiration. A bloodline. That was something that could allow even an ordinary player to become an expert. If demon experts like themselves could obtain a bloodline, they would definitely become one of the apex existences in God's domain in the future. Hence, how could they not envy Feng? Meanwhile, after Feng obtained the Dark Iron Bloodline and God Crystal, he no longer had any reason to remain in the Divine Hall. He immediately turned around and headed towards the exit. However, before Feng could leave the Divine Hall, a man suddenly stood in his way. Smiling, the man said, "Fellow friend, your performance at the Divine Staircase is amazing. May I know if you can hand over that bloodline you have to the Flower of Seven Sins? Rest assured, the Flower of Seven Sins definitely will not mistreat you and will reward you amply." With a look, Feng identified the man before him as none other than Skyhawk of the Flower of Seven Sins. Chapter 1581. Disintegration Armor Recovers. Chapter 1581. Disintegration Armor Recovers. Overhearing Skyhawk's request, the players inside the Divine Hall could not help but turn to look at him with shocked expressions. What? That guy is actually someone from the Flower of Seven Sins? Sure enough, even a superpower like the Flower of Seven Sins is highly interested in bloodlines. I wonder if that person will agree to trade his bloodline away. Why wouldn't he agree? That's the Flower of Seven Sins we're talking about. It's the strongest assassination organization in the virtual gaming world. Who would dare defy them? The surrounding onlookers started a quiet discussion among themselves as they looked at Skyhawk. The Flower of Seven Sins was known by practically everyone in the virtual gaming world. However, the members of the Flower of Seven Sins always took action covertly, so most players had only ever heard about the organization and knew that it specialized in commissions for assassination. As long as one could afford the price, the Flower of Seven Sins would dare to take action even against super guilds. Moreover, every member of the Flower of Seven Sins was an expert among experts. Even super guilds felt fearful of some of the organization's experts. Meanwhile, regarding the matter of Feng acquiring a bloodline, although the onlookers felt very envious of him, they also knew that any player capable of exchanging for a bloodline was definitely no ordinary expert. Hence, there was very little chance they could steal the bloodline from Feng. However, it would be a different story if the Flower of Seven Sins was the one asking for it. The Flower of Seven Sins dared to take action against even the old monsters of super guilds. Although Feng was someone capable of acquiring a bloodline, the Flower of Seven Sins would still consider him an insignificant existence. Just as everyone was wondering what kind of decision Feng would make, Feng rolled his eyes at the arrogant Skyhawk. "I'm not interested in this transaction. You'd best look for someone else," Feng said before continuing towards the main entrance of the Divine Hall. Bloodlines were limited items in God's domain. Although they were available for exchange at the Divine Staircase, every bloodline was unique. Once one was taken, its listing would no longer appear at the Divine Staircase. In addition, players wouldn't be allowed to exchange for items of similar rank and type in the future, which implied that players could exchange for only one basic bloodline at the Divine Staircase in their lifetime. If Feng wished to exchange for another bloodline in the future, his options would be only advanced bloodlines and peak bloodlines. The same rule applied for epic and fragmented legendary items as well. Players were limited to only one such item. Hence, Feng naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to trade away his bloodline. Moreover, even if he could exchange for an unlimited number of bloodlines, he still wouldn't trade the Dark Iron bloodline away. Bloodlines were incomparably precious. Aside from the Divine Staircase, Feng had no idea where he could obtain a bloodline with absolute certainty. Hence, If he managed to get his hands on additional bloodlines, he would naturally give it to the other members of his guild. Only a fool would try to sell their bloodlines away. Upon Feng's departure, Skyhawk's complexion darkened immediately. That guy's dead. He actually dared offend someone from the Flower of Seven Sins. As expected of an expert. If it were me, I definitely would have chosen to trade away the bloodline. Everyone could not help but send Feng looks of pity and worship as they watched the swordsman leave the divine hall. When it came to tracking and investigative capabilities, the Flower of Seven Sins could rival even the secret pavilion. If the organization wanted someone dead, there was almost no escaping the organization's grasp. Hence, if given a choice, independent experts would rather provoke a super guild than the Flower of Seven Sins. Commander, that person sure is arrogant. He actually dares disrespect the Flower of Seven Sins. The Guardian Knight belonging to Skyhawk's party said as he approached Skyhawk, shock and anger on his face as he looked at Feng's departing figure. Since he refuses to trade it to us, we'll just take it away from him by force. Skyhawk sneered as he looked at Feng. Did you use the tracking scroll? I did. For the next 12 hours, no matter where he runs to, we'll be able to find him. The Guardian Knight smiled and nodded. Taking a look at his system map, he continued, he seems to be heading for the World Summit. In God's domain, while it was indeed true that only rangers and assassins possessed tracking abilities, other players could rely on special magic scrolls to track players. Meanwhile, as these special magic scrolls did not deal any damage, even when used on a player, the said player would not notice the tracking marker and neither could they remove it. Unless the targeted player logged out of the game, they could be located regardless of where they went. The only flaw of these special magic scrolls was that they could not be used repeatedly on the same target. Once a player was marked, no other tracking marker could be placed on them within the next 48 hours. What a confident person. Notify Ink Hunter and have him get ready. We'll take action on the World Summit, Skyhawk ordered. In the World Summit, only the foot of the mountain was a safe zone. Once players ascended the mountain, the prohibition on attacking other players no longer applied. There, players could fight each other however much they wanted. Only, once a player was killed on the World Summit, although they would not lose a level, they would drop an item and be sent directly out of the World Summit regardless of how much time they had remaining. Since bloodlines were categorized as limited items, after players exchanged for a bloodline, they could not use it immediately. They needed to wait 3 hours for the restriction to end. Meanwhile, if players were killed during this restriction period, they would drop the bloodline with a 100% certainty. Understood. The Guardian Knight licked his lips in anticipation as he contacted their cleric companion. Meanwhile, after Feng ascended the World Summit, he did not make a beeline for the area where the epic shrines were located. Instead, he found a secluded spot and retrieved the Disintegration armor and God Crystal from his bag. Hopefully, it doesn't require too many. Feng took a deep breath as he chose the fusion option in the system interface. In the Divine Staircase's exchange menu, God Crystals were considered only unique items and not limited items. However, players had a cap of 1 God Crystal per visit to the World Summit. If Feng wished to exchange for another God Crystal, he could do so only on his next visit. After he chose to fuse the Disintegration armor and God Crystal, the magic circuits carved on the Disintegration armor released a dazzling silver glow. At the same time, the Disintegration power the armor radiated intensified. A short moment later, a stream of evil, pitch-black energy flowed out of the Disintegration armor. This pitch-black energy felt as if it could corrode all items in existence. In fact, it even began corroding the ground, air, and even space around the Disintegration armor. What a strong power! Feng involuntarily retreated 3 steps in a hurry as he looked at this pitch-black energy, deeply afraid of getting tainted by this corrosive energy. However, shortly after this pitch-black energy started corrupting its surroundings, the space around it began trembling. The boundless energy permeating the entire World Summit actually started dispelling this pitch-black energy. In the blink of an eye, it obliterated the pitch-black energy. The world summit truly is a place created by gods. Feng could not help his surprise as he looked at the formerly decayed grass and air that had reverted to their original states. The corrosive energy was capable of suppressing even the disintegration armor's mighty disintegration power. Yet, when this pitch-black energy came into contact with the energy in World Summit, it got wiped out almost instantly. Meanwhile, after this pitch-black energy was removed, a small change occurred to the disintegration armor. The formerly dull and tattered armor was actually glowing right now. Although it still had some physical damage and the magic circuits engraved on it remained dim and powerless, the disintegration power it exuded had become much more resplendent than before. Even Feng, the owner of the disintegration armor, felt intense pressure coming from it. He immediately walked up to the disintegration armor and checked its statistics again. What amazing attributes! Feng could not help but grow ecstatic as he looked at the disintegration armor's new statistics. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Chapter 1582, Domain Improves. Feng's desire for the disintegration armor was intense. After all, it was a set piece of one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. He had only heard rumors about the 9 great legendary sets in the past. He knew that these 9 sets were far stronger than ordinary legendary set equipment. They could be considered the best among the various legendary set equipment in God's domain. Generally, among the various pieces of a set equipment, the chest piece was the most important. As long as he could repair the disintegration armor, its benefits would be far beyond that of ordinary legendary equipment. Although the disintegration armor hadn't fully recovered, its statistics were frightening. Disintegration armor, one piece of the legendary set equipment the Orc Empire's founding emperor had crafted. The wearer of this armor will gain even greater strength than that of Titans. They will also fall into an endless cycle of madness. However, the disintegration armor had been damaged beyond repair during the Great War, and now leaks the disintegration power within. The disintegration power will taint any player that carries this item. It has also been tainted by an evil power, making it impossible to recast the armor. At present, 75% of the armor is still tainted by an evil power. Disintegration Field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 70%. All entities within range of the disintegration field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Despite removing a quarter of the evil power, the disintegration armor's power had grown significantly. He didn't dare to imagine how powerful the disintegration field would become once he removed the remaining evil power. Disintegration Field's ability to weaken skills and spells above Tier 2 by 70% was outrageous. Such suppression would basically cripple any skill or spell it encountered. The skill or spell would likely deal even less damage than a normal attack, and that's not even including the 40% reduction to basic attributes. Only 3 more to go. Feng could not help his grin as he looked at the remaining evil power in the armor. Although he had spent more time on the Divine Staircase than any other player, he had earned a lot of time in the entrance test. He still had 5,724 minutes he could use to explore the World Summit. If he spent this time wisely, he shouldn't have any issues acquiring 3 more God Crystals. Opening an epic shrine only cost 1,000 minutes, and excluding travel time between shrines, he could activate up to 5 epic shrines. As long as 3 of these epic shrines contained God Crystals, he could remove the remaining evil power that tainted the disintegration armor. Once he had a plan, Feng stopped wasting his time. After storing the disintegration armor, he dashed towards the epic shrine area. Feng ascended the World Summit's mountain far faster than he had during his previous visit, even though he was still suffering a weakened state from activating Twofold Berserk. After climbing the mountain for a little over an hour, he had made it past the bronze area and was already past the mysterious iron area. During his climb, he had spotted many players who tried to make the most of their remaining time as they entered as many low-rank shrines as possible. Unlike the Dark Gold and Epic shrines, which cost 400 minutes and 1,000 minutes to activate, respectively, lower-ranked shrines were relatively cheap to activate. The Bronze and Mysterious Iron shrines, in particular, only cost 50 minutes and 100 minutes to activate. Just as Feng was about to reach the secret silver area, 3 figures moved to intercept him. Leading this trio was none other than the Flower of Seven Sins Skyhawk. "What a coincidence! We meet again," Skyhawk said, smiling at the cloaked Feng. "A coincidence?" Glancing at Skyhawk and his 2 companions, who currently wore sneers, Feng said, "I'm wearing a black cloak like many of the players in the World Summit. Quite a few of them are swordsmen as well. Aside from using a tracking scroll, I don't think you have any other methods of differentiating me from anyone else." Such a quick and astute observation is only to be expected from the expert that earned enough SPs to purchase a bloodline, Skyhawk praised and clapped. "You are correct. To find you, I used one of the only 2 tracking scrolls I had on hand. Are you willing to sell us the bloodline now?" Tracking scrolls were extremely rare and precious items in God's domain. They were treasures used to hunt players. If Feng had merely obtained an epic weapon or piece of equipment from the Divine Staircase, he would not have bothered to waste a tracking scroll on the swordsman. However, Feng carried a bloodline. Skyhawk would even willingly spend 10 tracking scrolls to hunt this swordsman down. "What if I refuse?" Feng asked. "Refuse?" Skyhawk could not help but laugh at Feng's question. "You can refuse, but the Flower of Seven Sins always gets what it wants. Or do you think that you can actually escape our pursuit?" Skyhawk's statement had been quite loud, and his words quickly caught the attention of nearby players who came and went from the secret silver area. "What's going on? Members of the Flower of Seven Sins are actually robbing someone. Is this for real? That person sure is unlucky." The passing players sent Feng looks of sympathy. Although they weren't certain that Skyhawk and his companions were actually from the Flower of Seven Sins, they outnumbered their target. Moreover, their weapons and equipment were exceptional. These 3 players definitely weren't ordinary experts. Feng would clearly be at a disadvantage if the trio decided to take action. "Commander, those people seem to think that Flower of Seven Sins members are robbing someone," a savage-like man, who had just descended from the secret silver area, reported to the cold beauty beside him as he looked toward Feng. "The other members in the World Summit should be in Skyhawk's party. Should we go and take a look?" "There's no need. It's Skyhawk's party," the woman said as she looked at the man with a broken, massive, pitch-black blade across his back. If Skyhawk weren't preoccupied, he would notice that the cloaked savage and the cold beauty were none other than Brute Spear and Hidden Soul. "Seriously? What exactly happened? Why are they resorting to theft?" Brute Spear could not help but gape at the distant berserker. The Flower of Seven Sins only had 7 commanders. Meanwhile, Skyhawk commanded the Sin of Wrath, an existence that stood among the Flower of Seven Sins' upper echelons. Normally, Skyhawk felt it beneath himself to attack someone for an epic item, yet this man was trying to rob someone. If news of this reached the organization, it would cause chaos. "I don't know, but this is quite interesting. Let's head over and find out what's going on." When Hidden Soul saw Skyhawk ready to take action, interest bubbled in her heart. However, this interest was not directed towards Skyhawk, but Skyhawk's target. A player daring enough to offend Skyhawk had to be extraordinary. Immediately, these 2 players approached the battle to get a better grasp of the situation. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's party burst into action. As companions that frequently fought alongside each other, the trio had long since reached an instinctual understanding of the party's battle formation. Immediately, Ridiculous, the tall, robust Guardian Knight, charged towards Feng. Meanwhile, Skyhawk took advantage of the Ridiculous' large frame, shielding himself as he stealthily circled to Feng's side. As for the cleric, Ink Hunter cast a truth shield on Ridiculous. At the same time, he used Soul Cloud to assist in battle. Instantly, the trio formed a well-coordinated, three-pronged attack. If not dealt with properly, this attack would even instant-kill a peak expert. Die! Ridiculous shouted as he radiated a golden glow, activating Justice Roar and forcing Feng to attack him. At the same time, he swung his one-handed axe at the swordsman, utilizing the dazzling glow from his body to hide his attack. However, as Ridiculous swung his axe, an energy pulse radiated from Feng, extending across 100 yards before dissipating. Everyone within range suddenly found themselves under an intense suppression. Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter's basic attributes began to plummet as exhaustion settled in their bones. Disintegration Field. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. Chapter 1583, Mana Cutter. When the disintegration field took effect, the three members of Skyhawk's party visibly slowed. Meanwhile, when Ridiculous' one-handed axe was a few inches away from Feng's face, it clanged against a blue longsword, unable to move an inch further. This is a domain suppression. When Ridiculous felt his basic attributes decrease, he could not help but stare at the cloaked swordsman before him in astonishment. At this stage of the game, domain skills were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Not only had Feng used a domain skill, but it had also reduced his basic attributes by 40%. Only a high-tier domain skill was capable of accomplishing this. Yet, since the start of the battle, he hadn't seen Feng use any magic scrolls. During Ridiculous' brief shock, Skyhawk approached Feng's right side and swung the broken, pitch-black blade in his hands. Indiscriminate slash. Immediately, over a dozen black energy blades flew towards Feng's blind spots. At the same time, Ink Hunter bombarded the swordsman with Soul Cloud, launching magic blades from above. What exquisite coordination! Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's performance shocked the spectating crowd. The two players had timed their attacks perfectly, targeting every one of the swordsman's blind spots. Even an expert player would be forced to activate their strongest life-saving skill in such a predicament. There was no way to block every attack. However, as the numerous attacks soared towards Feng, the latter didn't move to defend himself. Rather, Feng slashed the abyssal blade toward Skyhawk, who followed his indiscriminate slash with a normal attack. Is he trying to get himself killed? Skyhawk was confused as he watched Feng ignore both his indiscriminate slash and Ink Hunter's Soul Cloud. Others might not realize how powerful his indiscriminate slash was, but he was very familiar with the attack. Even though his attributes had decreased, if every one of the dozen or so energy blades struck an MT of the same level, they'd either be near dead or lose half of their HP. Dang! Brilliant sparks scattered when the abyssal blade clashed with Skyhawk's broken sword. Skyhawk's normal attack came to an abrupt halt. As everyone expected the energy and magical blades to devour Feng's HP, something astonishing occurred. Both attacks vanished half a yard from Feng. It was as if these attacks had never existed. What is going on? Did he use an invulnerability skill? Is he an NPC? Everyone's jaws dropped. All of the watching players were experts in God's domain. They had seen countless skills and spells in their travels, and they had a certain understanding of invulnerability skills. As far as they knew, invulnerability skills typically formed an eye-catching barrier of sorts to protect the player, yet despite the lack of any barrier around Feng, both Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's attacks had been nullified. This was simply inconceivable. A defensive skill? Skyhawk remained relatively calm despite his failed attack. Sneering at Feng, he hissed, "How long do you think this skill of yours can last? Do you think it can protect you from this?" Skyhawk immediately adjusted his footwork, and his broken blade began to gather a horrific, black energy around itself as it slashed towards Feng. The black energy quickly formed a black blade over Skyhawk's broken sword. As this black blade moved, it tore apart space itself. Meanwhile, the Guardian Knight attacked from the side. Shield of Vengeance. With Justice Roar already active, his strength and attack speed had doubled. Suddenly, Skyhawk's broken blade split into 5 copies, each resembling a cunning, venomous snake as they attempted to strike Feng's blind spots. Advanced Combat Technique, Snake Bite. Is Skyhawk finally taking this seriously? Hidden Soul frowned slightly as she watched from a distance. Skyhawk's technique standards weren't his only monstrous weapon. The broken, black blade he wielded was also extraordinary. The weapon itself lacked a quality rank, and its only attribute bonus was attack power. It didn't provide any additional basic attributes. In exchange, however, the broken blade had 2 incomparably powerful skills. The first skill was Mana Rebound. The second was Mana Nullification. With this effect, the weapon could even slice through invulnerability skills. One could say that the weapon was a magic killer. In fact, this ability suited the broken blade's name perfectly. Mana Cutter. All defensive spells and skills were useless in the face of Skyhawk's attacks. Moreover, if melee players weren't careful with the skills they used to attack Skyhawk, Mana Rebound might turn their own attacks against them rather than damage Skyhawk. Because of this weapon, Skyhawk was the most formidable of the Flower of Seven Sins 7 commanders. If one wanted to defeat Skyhawk, they had to rely on techniques or basic attributes. Unfortunately, Skyhawk was a monster in both regards. If Hidden Soul had to face such an offensive, even she'd have no choice but to activate Vanish, receiving ridiculous attack, before putting as much distance between herself and Skyhawk as possible. If she tried to fight the Berserker and Guardian Knight simultaneously, she'd have no hope of victory. The Mana Cutter? Feng felt a little jealous as he watched the broken, pitch-black blade, which had transformed into 5 black snakes. In the past, every player had known about the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. They were just as popular as Super Guild's guild leaders. Their weapons and equipment had been just as famous. Among them, countless berserkers and swordsmen dreamed of wielding Skyhawk's Mana Cutter. Realizing that Skyhawk and ridiculous attacks were about to hit their target, Feng disregarded the idea of intercepting them forcibly. Instead, he used Divine Steps and split into 11 copies, spreading out to circle his 2 opponents. Feng still suffered a weakened state, and although the duration was much shorter than earlier, it still reduced his basic attributes by 80%. Overall, his basic attributes were only slightly higher than Skyhawk and Ridiculous, who were still suppressed by Disintegration Field. He didn't have the ability to deflect the incoming attacks, which targeted his blind spots and weak points. Doppelgangers. The instant Mana Cutter slid through Feng's body, Skyhawk followed up with a whirlwind slash, giving Feng no chances to escape his grasp by swapping positions with his doppelgangers. Reacting in a similar manner, Ridiculous followed up his attack with Devotion, an AoE skill that only attacked his enemies. Based on his experience with skills that summon doppelgangers, he immediately determined that Feng's doppelgangers were likely invulnerable to attacks and couldn't be differentiated from the true body. In that case, he simply needed to attack all 11 clones with an AoE to find Feng. This, however, Ridiculous was dumbfounded after he used Devotion. All 11 doppelgangers remained unharmed. They're all fakes? Skyhawk looked at each clone carefully. He had prepared to launch an attack as soon as his companion revealed Feng's real body, but since none of the copies had taken damage, he was at a loss. Using his opponent's shock as an opportunity, Feng appeared before Ridiculous and activated the aura of Time's Forbidden Domain. His 2 blades then transformed into streaks of light as the bit into the Guardian Knight before him. Tier 2 skill, Instant Strike. Although Ridiculous noticed Feng's attack, due to his weakened physique and the swordsman's attack speed, which had been increased by 500%, he couldn't react in time. He didn't even have time to activate his life-saving skill before Feng's attack struck. In the end, he could only watch as the Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray slashed down at him in succession. Before Skyhawk could react, the Guardian Knight's 30,000 HP had fallen to 0. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. Chapter 1584, Wrong Opponent. As Ridiculous HP hit 0, silence descended on the spectating players. As they watched the battle, everyone realized that Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were definitely peak experts. The trio's combat standards were even better than theirs, and their weapons and equipment were nothing compared to the trio's. Yet, despite 3 such excellently geared peak experts working together, Feng killed one of them without receiving a single point of damage. Moreover, the swordsman had taken out the player with the highest defense and HP. This was simply inconceivable. How is this possible? Ridiculous stared at Feng in shock as his vision began to fade to black. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't rationalize what had just happened. All 11 clones should have been Feng's doppelgangers. Feng's main body should not be among them. When he had used devotion, none of the clones had been affected in the slightest. The only logical explanation was that all 11 clones were doppelgangers, yet one of these clones had killed him. Ridiculous wasn't the only one confused. Skyhawk and Ink Hunter were just as shocked. There were doppelgangers in God's domain that could attack, and those that could not. Doppelgangers that could attack were generally much weaker and easier to kill than the main body. In contrast, the majority of doppelgangers that weren't capable of attacks were invulnerable. These doppelgangers mainly served as a distraction. However, not only were Feng's doppelgangers invulnerable, but they could also launch their own attacks. This was beyond their understanding of doppelganger skills. So fast. Who is that? He actually instant-killed Ridiculous. Brute Spear, who watched from a distance, gulped as the previous scene replayed in his mind. Ridiculous techniques were no weaker than his own, but the Guardian Knight was much tougher than a berserker like him. Yet, this Guardian Knight had died without the chance to defend himself. Brute Spear felt every hair on his body rise. No, there's something wrong with Ridiculous, Hidden Soul said, shaking her head. Although that player's attack speed is incredible, it's so fast that Ridiculous wouldn't have time to react and activate a life-saving skill. Had Ridiculous activated his life-saving skill, he wouldn't have died so quickly. At the very least, he could have bought himself enough time for Skyhawk and Ink Hunter to save him. It's highly unlikely that Ridiculous would have made such a major mistake. That player must have done something to prevent Ridiculous from using a life-saving skill in time or at all. By the looks of it, Skyhawk's group provoked the wrong opponent. Brute Spear nodded his agreement. Hidden Soul's deductions sounded logical. Or rather, he wanted to believe in Hidden Soul's reasoning. The thought that someone could overwhelm a peak expert's reactions with attack speed alone was too terrifying. Damn it. It's a silencing skill. Ink, we're retreating. Skyhawk couldn't help but grit his teeth as he glared at Feng. Decisively, he turned and fled. Skyhawk finally understood why Feng had dared to ascend the world summit before the Bloodline's restriction period had lifted. Rather than arrogance and foolishness, Feng had done so because he was absolutely confident in his abilities. While they could cope with the basic attribute suppression, it was an entirely different story if they had been silenced. Aside from the fact that they wouldn't receive any healing, the fact that they couldn't transform into their demon states or activate berserk skills put them at an overwhelming disadvantage. He was not afraid of powerful spells or skills, but if his opponent used a berserk skill, his basic attributes would be overwhelmed. Furthermore, his opponent was an incredibly calm, peak expert. Ink Hunter, who stood some distance away, reacted as well, fleeing. What? Skyhawk is actually retreating? Brute Spear gaped as he watched Skyhawk and Ink Hunter run away. Skyhawk was one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders. Even when against 4 or 5 peak experts, he would likely fight until the bitter end and either wipe out his opponents or take as many lives as he could. Yet, against Feng, Skyhawk had decided to flee. In fact, Brute Spear wasn't the only one shocked. All of the spectating players were dumbfounded. Only, unlike Brute Spear, they weren't surprised by Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's retreat. They were shocked by the strength Feng had displayed. Not only had the swordsman killed a peak expert instantly, but he had also followed up by scaring away 2 other peak experts. he's too strong. Is he an NPC? He actually killed a peak expert from the Flower of Seven Sins. I never knew that there was such a frightening expert among demon players. It would be great if I could get to know him. Everyone deeply admired Feng. They too were experts in God's domain, and they realized how powerful Skyhawk and his party members were. Ordinary experts couldn't compare to the trio, yet Feng had overwhelmed them despite being outnumbered. These players agreed with Skyhawk and Ink Hunter's decision to retreat. Only a fool would try to fight Feng after seeing the swordsman's display of strength. Although players would not lose any levels when they died in the World Summit, they would DOP one of their items. At their levels, every piece of equipment was worth a fortune. This was especially true for peak experts like Skyhawk. You want to escape? Watching Skyhawk and Ink Hunter flee, Feng thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal curse. Suddenly, black mist began to rise from the ground in a 30-yard radius around Feng. The mist then transformed into countless, pitch-black chains that attempted to bind Skyhawk and Ink Hunter. Reacting quickly, Skyhawk swung the mana cutter at the incoming chains. While in Forbidden Domain, players couldn't use skills or spells, but both of mana cutter's skills were passive. Even in Forbidden Domain, the weapon could still slice through spells and skills. As the crowd watched, Skyhawk shattered every one of the pitch-black chains that moved towards him. Unfortunately, although Skyhawk had escaped Abyssal Curse, the cleric, Ink Hunter, had not. In the end, the chains bound the cleric, and his basic attributes began to decrease once again. Feng then left an afterimage behind him as he dashed towards Ink Hunter. "Fight me if you have the guts," Skyhawk shouted, furious as he watched Feng charge towards his companion. Ink Hunter was a cleric. Without the ability to use spells and skills, he was powerless against Feng. Meanwhile, Feng's silencing skill was clearly a region-based skill. As long as they moved out of the affected region, they would be free from the silencing effect. However, if Ink Hunter died before they escaped, he'd be left without a healer to support him. He'd definitely have a difficult time against Feng alone. As Skyhawk declared his challenge and before the watching players had realized it, Feng had appeared before the Berserker, his sacred sword descending on the commander from the Flower of Seven Sins. Shadow Blade. A single slash, alongside 9 shadows, struck Skyhawk from various directions. Feng's sudden appearance had caught Skyhawk off guard, but the Berserker reacted almost immediately, adjusting his footwork and wielding his blade. Advanced Defensive Combat Technique, Iron Wall. The broken blade's trajectory seemed strange as it deflected the incoming attacks. As Mana Cutter countered more of the attacks, its speed seemed to increase. In the end, Skyhawk managed to deflect 9 of the 10 incoming attacks, receiving only 1. When the attack struck, he had lost a little over 2,000 HP and retreated several steps. Skyhawk had basically lost 1/10 of his suppressed HP. However, Skyhawk did not pay much mind to the damage. At the very least, he had lured Feng in. With this, Ink Hunter could escape the silencing AoE. Once they were free of the silencing effect, recovering his lost HP would be a piece of cake. However, before Skyhawk could celebrate his success, he realized that something was amiss. Originally, there had been 11 copies of the enemy swordsman on the battlefield, but now there were 12. The clone charging towards Ink Hunter had never deviated from its path. At this point in time, said clone had also arrived before the cleric and activated Shadow Blade already. The cleric, with low HP and defense, died instantly as the 10 attacks bit into his body. How is this possible? Skyhawk shifted a bewildered look between the Feng that had claimed Ink Hunter's life and the one that stood before him. What he did not know was that Feng had never intended to let any of them get away. Feng had sent the doppelganger he had summoned with Phantom Kill after Ink Hunter, while his main body had used Void Steps to approach Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Chapter 1585, Slaying Skyhawk. Everyone was stupefied yet again when Ink Hunter had died. They were confused about how Feng had two main bodies on the battlefield and could actually attack Skyhawk and Ink Hunter simultaneously. Meanwhile, Skyhawk's complexion darkened considerably after he recovered from his momentary shock. Not only was he still stuck in the silencing AoE, but he had also lost his healer. If Feng used a berserk skill now, killing him would be very easy. However, what Skyhawk did not know was that Feng had recently used Twofold Berserk and was still in a weakened state, which prevented him from using berserk skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to expose trump cards like Forbidden Domain and Phantom Kill. Feng didn't give Skyhawk much time to think about his situation as he sent another quick slash at the Berserker. Flame Burst. Although he had already killed Ink Hunter, Skyhawk wasn't an opponent he could take lightly. If he allowed Skyhawk to escape Forbidden Domain and activate a berserk skill, he would definitely be placed in a very passive state. Suddenly, the two swords in Feng's hands released a burning glow as they approached their target. Feng didn't bother with complex techniques, relying on bold, simple movements instead. Experts like Skyhawk had practically no weak points. Skyhawk was more than capable of countering any technique he could use against the Berserker. Hence, rather than wasting stamina and concentration executing powerful combat techniques, it was far more efficient to force Skyhawk to defend himself with simple movements, turning this battle into a contest of stamina and concentration. "Don't even think of killing me that easily," Skyhawk shouted. Reacting, he brandished Mana Cutter to deflect Feng's attacks. Boom. Every time the swords clashed, the resulting impacts radiated powerful shockwaves. Even Hidden Soul and the other spectators, who stood a safe distance away, could clearly feel these shockwaves. Meanwhile, the ground under Skyhawk and Feng's feet cracked and shattered. To the watching crowd, it felt as if they were watching two gigantic, humanoid beasts clash, rather than players. Even the terrain changed in the wake of their might. In terms of basic attributes, Feng was just slightly superior to Skyhawk. Hence, even if Skyhawk received the full force of Feng's attacks, he wouldn't take much damage. Furthermore, the Berserker deflected his opponent's attacks rather than block them. However, Feng's slashes were far more powerful than Skyhawk's with Flame Burst's explosive power. Although Mana Cutter could slice through projectile skills and spells, it wasn't effective against skills that enhanced their user's power. As a result, every time Skyhawk deflected an attack, he was forced back several steps. His HP fell by over 700 as well. After deflecting 15 consecutive attacks, Skyhawk's HP had fallen to 50%. That guy is amazing. He's actually suppressed Skyhawk despite only having a slight advantage in basic attributes. Not even the other commanders are capable of something like this. Brute Spear could not help but sigh with admiration as he watched Feng back Skyhawk into a corner. It's no wonder why the boss always warns us to be careful in the fields. If we accidentally provoke such a hidden expert while adventuring, we'll definitely be in for a painful lesson. Skyhawk's combat standard was extremely high, and Mana Cutter only bolstered his strength. He had never been suppressed in a melee duel against the Seven Sins' other commanders. Normally, he was the only one to suppress the others. Hidden Soul nodded in agreement, but as she watched Feng's figure, something about the man felt familiar. Could he be Maple Leaf? The thought drifted through Hidden Soul's mind as she watched the battle. She thought it was unlikely that two unknown, monster-level experts had visited the World Summit at the same time. Moreover, the doppelganger skill Feng had used against Skyhawk was the same skill he had used against the Purgatory puppets. She also found the situation somewhat hard to believe. Every expert had strengths and weaknesses. For example, some experts focused on fighting monsters, and against monsters, they could display extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, some experts preferred to fight other players, and they could display much greater strength against players than they could against monsters. Feng had previously displayed incredible combat standards against the Purgatory puppets, proving that he put quite a bit of effort into fighting monsters. Even Hidden Soul had to admit that she wasn't as skilled as Feng in monster battles. Yet, despite facing Skyhawk's three-man party, Feng had displayed the same extraordinary tactics and combat standards. His performance wasn't inferior to his fight with the Purgatory puppets in the least. This proved that he was just as familiar with PvP. As Hidden Soul pondered over Feng's identity, the battle between the swordsman and the berserker grew more intense. They began to exchange blows so fast that even many of the watching demon experts could no longer keep up with the battle. Damn it! Not being able to use my skills is too much of a problem. Skyhawk was frustrated as he desperately repelled Feng's frenzied attacks. The standard of his techniques was considerably higher than Feng's. In a fight where neither combatant could use skills or spells, he'd have no fear of Feng. Yet, Feng had used a skill that boosted his attack's destructive power before launching swift and straightforward attacks, forcing him to receive the attacks one way or another. Had Feng relied on projectiles, he could have easily found an opportunity to use Mana Cutter to turn the tables on the swordsman, but as if Feng had known about the weapon's abilities, he refused to give Skyhawk such an opportunity. This forced him into a passive situation, having to focus on his own defense. As a result, he could only watch as his HP continued to decrease. Moreover, Feng had yet to use a berserk skill or his demon state. That's not right. Considering the events up to this point, Skyhawk suddenly realized a possibility as to why Feng would bother to fight him for so long. With a sneer, he hissed, "I understand now. The reason you haven't used a berserk skill yet isn't that you don't want to, but because something is preventing you from doing so. You're trying to desperately to deplete my HP so you can kill me before I leave your silencing AoE, aren't you?" Feng didn't bother to reply to Skyhawk's accusation. Instead, he activated Illusory Shadow. Although Illusory Shadow's attacks were quite weak, only dealing 40% of a normal attack's damage, the attacks couldn't be blocked. Your silence only confirms my guess. Since you can't use your berserk skill, I don't have to be careful around you anymore. Skyhawk smiled. Immediately, he executed a deceptive footwork technique, retreating at a much faster pace. He hadn't put much focus into escaping the silencing skill since he couldn't find any hope of victory. Even if he could use a berserk skill or transform into his demon state, so could Feng. But now, things had changed. Once he was out of range of the silencing AoE, he could use his berserk skill. Killing Feng would be a piece of cake. To put it simply, this battle's outcome depended on whether or not he could escape the silencing AoE safely. As Skyhawk inched towards the edge of the silencing AoE, his focus sharpened. As a result, the drain on his HP began to slow. In 10 seconds, I'll escape your silencing skill. It's impossible to deplete my remaining HP in so little time. I have to admit, though, you are the first person to force me into such a position since I've joined God's domain. You should be proud of this fact. Do you have any last words? Skyhawk asked, smiling arrogantly at Feng. Is that so? Feng grinned suddenly. In the next moment, a black figure descended from the skies and landed behind Skyhawk. This figure was none other than Feng's doppelganger. The doppelganger had already activated Flame Burst and brandished its swords at the berserker. Seeing this, Skyhawk's expression darkened. Hurriedly, he spun and used Mana Cutter to deflect the incoming attacks. As for Feng, he activated Dragon's Authority and executed Sword's Orbit. Dragon's Authority immediately inflicted the Fear debuff on Skyhawk. Not only did the debuff decrease the berserker's attack power by 40%, but it also reduced his attack speed and movement speed by 40%. With Skyhawk's attack speed decreased significantly, he couldn't keep up with both Feng and his doppelganger. As a result, he had to watch, helpless, as one sword light after another sliced through his body and stole a significant portion of his already low HP. He had only needed 10 more seconds to reach the edge of the silencing AoE, yet it now seemed endlessly far away. In the end, Skyhawk's HP plummeted, and like a puppet with cut strings, the berserker's body collapsed to the ground. You should be proud of the fact that you forced me to attack in sync with my doppelganger, Feng said softly as he looked at the fallen berserker. Chapter 1586, Demon King's Horn. Although Feng had only spoken after Skyhawk's HP had reached 0, players would retain their senses for a short moment after they died in God's domain. Only, players weren't able to move. Skyhawk nearly spat blood when he heard Feng's statement. Had he had use of his skills, Feng's mindless, brutish attacks wouldn't have claimed his life outright even without activating his berserk skill. However, Skyhawk's HP had already reached 0. Even if he wanted to say something, he couldn't. He could only wait, hateful, as the system gradually sent him out of the World Summit. When the spectating crowd saw Skyhawk's corpse on the ground, they gulped audibly as they turned towards the swordsman beside said corpse. Feng was too strong. This was the first time that they, as expert players, had realized that players could dominate a battle by relying on skills, not just basic attributes and techniques. Despite facing 3 peak experts simultaneously, Feng had killed all 3 by relying on his skills. Feng's skills were so powerful that Skyhawk's party hadn't been able to retaliate in the slightest. First, Feng had suppressed his opponents with a domain skill. He then used a silencing AoE skill and another skill that allowed him to instant kill a Guardian Knight. In the end, he had relied on his doppelgangers to fight a 2-on-1 battle. With his numerous skills, he had crushed any advantage his opponents had possessed. After this battle, these expert players realized how important skills and spells actually were. Now, they understood that skills and spells could make up for their imperfections, furthering their combat powers. Even when struggling with an overwhelming disadvantage, they could rely on the synergy of powerful skills and spells to turn the tide of battle. Feng was proof of this. Skyhawk died just like that. He's definitely going to get an earful when he reports back to the main headquarters. Brute Spear could not help but laugh as he watched Skyhawk's body gradually disappear. We really have to thank this mysterious expert. As the Sin of Wrath's commander, everyone in the Flower of 7 Sins recognized the man's strength. He had achieved quite a bit in the organization. This was also why Skyhawk was so dissatisfied with Hidden Soul, who had recently been promoted to the Sin of Pride's commander due to her connections. Hidden Soul faced a lot of pressure in the organization, but now that Skyhawk had died during an attempted robbery, he would lose quite a bit of influence. Mysterious expert? Hidden Soul could not help but shake her head. Smiling bitterly, she said, "He is no mysterious expert. In fact, you know him." "I know him." Brute Spear was confused. "If I'm not mistaken, he is Maple Leaf," Hidden Soul said as she stared at Feng's distant figure. Although he had hidden his appearance under a black cloak, one of the doppelganger skills he used during the fight is the same skill Maple used in the entrance test. "He's Brother Maple?" Brute Spear turned to Feng with wide eyes, shocked. He couldn't believe it. Not only was Feng ridiculously powerful against monsters, but he was equally powerful in PvP. "Commander, if we can deepen our relationship with Brother Maple, wouldn't we have a better chance of retrieving the item?" Brute Spear suggested excitedly. "Mitchum. But this isn't the time to ask him," Hidden Soul said after giving the matter some thought. "He has just killed Skyhawk. Even if Skyhawk can stomach this grievance, the elders aren't likely to turn the other way. They'll do everything to learn as much as they can about him. It won't be too late to contact Maple once the elders have discovered his true identity." After giving the matter some thought, Brute Spear understood Hidden Soul's reasoning. The Flower of 7 Sins was a mysterious organization, which everyone in the virtual gaming world feared and revered. Meanwhile, news of a mysterious player killing a commander like Skyhawk would leak, sooner or later. The other superpowers would laugh at and ridicule the Flower of 7 Sins. If the organization wanted to maintain its reputation, it couldn't sit still and do nothing. Otherwise, the organization's prestige would plummet. While the watching players discussed Feng and the battle, the swordsman began to collect the loot Skyhawk and his party had dropped. "Skyhawk, Ridiculous, and Ink Hunter were all bona fide peak experts. Every weapon and piece of equipment they used was the best of the best. When Skyhawk had died, not only had he dropped level 45 dark gold plate armor gloves, but he had also dropped a horn that radiated dense, demonic power. As it lay on the ground, it increased the demonic power in the air by several fold. What's this? Feng picked up the horn curiously and inspected it. Demon King's Horn, Epic Rank Consumable. This horn carries the power of a living Demon King. Activating the horn will allow you to execute an attack with the power this Demon King had during his life. Activating the Demon King's power will cost 30,000 magic crystal. Can be used 2 more times. Feng was dumbfounded when he read the Demon King's Horn's description. A moment later, ecstasy gripped his heart. An epic consumable. This item was far rarer than an ordinary epic item, and it was obvious that Skyhawk had purchased it with his shrine points. However, it seemed that the Berserker had been in so much of a hurry to kill Feng that he had ignored the restriction period. In the end, Skyhawk had dropped the Demon King's Horn. When Skyhawk realized that he had lost this item, he would die from regret. Not even Feng could help but pity Skyhawk a little. Needless to say, Skyhawk had spent most, if not all, of the shrine points he had earned from the Divine Staircase on this item. If Feng had been in his place, he wouldn't have spent his points on the horn. After all, it was merely a consumable item. It would disappear once its usage counts had been spent. However, Feng had to admit that the item could exert an astounding amount of power due to its limited usage counts. With it, a player could use all of the potential of an epic item in an instant. In God's domain, Demon Kings were Tier 5 existences. Although their life ratings were lower than fallen angels, they were still Tier 5 creatures. On their own, they had enough combat power to devastate an entire kingdom. Quite a few Demon Kings had roamed God's domain in Feng's previous life. These Demon Kings had significantly changed the kingdoms they had risen in. To defeat these Demon Kings, the various local guilds had made astronomical sacrifices. Could that fellow have intended to raid a mythic monster? Feng wondered as he gazed at the Demon King's Horn. Since the Demon King's Horn allowed a player to use a Demon King's power, the player could launch an attack of a Tier 5 creature. A Tier 5 attack could even wound a Tier 5 monster severely if not dealt with properly. To current players, however, Tier 5 monsters were practically invincible. No player would be foolish enough to challenge a Tier 5 creature at this stage of the game. The only reason why Skyhawk would purchase this item was to face a Tier 4 mythic monster. Although mythic monsters were still insurmountable to current players, it was possible to take one down with the help of the Demon King's Horn and a few other powerful items. Now that Feng had obtained the Demon King's Horn, he had gained another trump card, which was even stronger than the elemental sources, to deal with mythic monsters in the future. He could even use it to deal with the final boss in a level 50 super large-scale team dungeon. The only problem was the high requirement of magic crystals to activate the Demon King's Horn. Not just any guild could afford to part with 30,000 magic crystals. Not even Zero Wing could afford the expenditure. Many aspects demanded magic crystals of the guild. Right now, Zero Wing couldn't even afford to spend 10,000 magic crystals, let alone 30,000. Forget it. It's better than not having it at all. After pondering the situation for a moment, Feng decided to set the Demon King's Horn aside for now, continuing towards the World Summit's epic area. Meanwhile, news of Feng's single-handed annihilation of Skyhawk's party spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the various superpowers' ears. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Chapter 1587, Mysterious Expert. Players bustled about on the streets of a guild town, protected by tall walls. Quite a few of these players were architects, busily constructing all types of buildings. From the top floor of an open-air restaurant in the town, a middle-aged man in dark gray armor quietly watched these architects. A flame-shaped shield rested beside his chair. Suddenly, a young man burst into the room, running up to the middle-aged man. "Uncle Yuan, something big has happened," the young man excitedly reported. "We just received news that Skyhawk, one of the Flower of Seven Sins commanders, has been killed." The middle-aged man in question was none other than the secret pavilion's Yuan Tiexin. He had already reached level 50 and wore the level 50 fine gold ranked landslide set, a set equipment for shield warriors which could only be obtained from level 50, 100-man team dungeons. "Skyhawk has been killed?" Yuan Tiexin turned towards the young man in astonishment. "How is that possible? Did someone organize an expert team to ambush him? No, that can't be right. We're talking about one of the Seven Sins commanders here. The Flower of Seven Sins definitely won't take such a blow lying down." Skyhawk was one of only 7 commanders in the Flower of Seven Sins. His individual strength even ranked near the top in the assassination organization. Yuan Tiexin found it truly hard to believe that a handful of players could kill such an expert. The only possibility was that some superpower had organized a small army to ambush the man. They'd also need various powerful tools to ensure that he couldn't escape. No, that's not the case. Based on what we've heard, it seems that Skyhawk and 2 of his close aides attempted to rob another player. In the end, that player turned the tables, and the 3 lost their lives, the young man explained, stammering. Skyhawk led his men to kill a player, but ended up dead instead? How is that possible? Yuan Tiexin was even more shocked. Not only had Skyhawk died, but he had also been killed by a lone player. The man had even had the numerical advantage in the situation. No matter how Yuan Tiexin considered the younger man's words, they sounded like a joke. "It's true. Here's a video of the battle," the young man said as he hurriedly relayed the recording. The video had been recorded some distance from the battlefield, so the fight's details weren't clear. However, Skyhawk's mana cutter was. There was no doubt that the berserker wielding the broken blade was indeed Skyhawk. What powerful skills! Although Yuan Tiexin could not see the entire process of the battle clearly, he could, more or less, deduce the reason that Skyhawk's party had lost. Just who is that player? We're already doing our best to investigate this matter. Unfortunately, we can only glean a limited amount of information from the video. Although the Flower of Seven Sins should have access to more details, our spies in the organization are too low-ranked to gain access to the information. The guild leader has already asked us to find this expert as quickly as possible, and he has stated that we cannot allow the Flower of Seven Sins to reach the player before we do. I understand. I'll do my best to look into the matter. After Yuan Tiexin finished with the video, he became interested in the mysterious expert who had killed Skyhawk's 3-man party. He immediately ordered his subordinates to investigate the battle video. Meanwhile, God's Domain's other superpowers began their own investigations. At this point, Feng, who was wholly ignorant of the commotion he had caused, reached the World Summit's Epic Shrine area. Compared to the Dark Gold and Fine Gold areas, the Epic area was void of players. The majestic Epic shrines in the area remained unoccupied. Feng didn't need to worry about any competition over the shrines. The god crystals aren't as valuable as epic items, but the shrine's difficulty increases with altitude. Correspondingly, the shrines should offer more treasures. I may be able to find god crystals in the lowermost shrines. After a quick inspection of the epic shrines dotting the mountainside, Feng began his mission. The lowermost region of the epic area had a total of 21 epic shrines. Feng did not put too much thought into the matter and approached the closest shrine. When he reached the shrine's entrance, Feng placed a hand on the doors before him. System: Inferior Legendary Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the epic shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? Feng clicked Agree, without hesitation. Immediately, the shrine doors swung open, allowing Feng to enter. The moment Feng stepped into the shrine, he felt as if he had entered a different world. He stood on a platform above the clouds, and from time to time, Feng spotted flying beasts soaring by. These monsters were all frighteningly strong, and even the weakest among them was a level 150 Great Lord. Some of these flying beasts were even level 180 mythic monsters. Any one of these monsters could easily extinguish Feng's life. Multiple, humanoid statues had been erected in the center of the platform, and dazzling items in translucent, crystal boxes had been placed before each statue. Even from this distance, Feng could tell that every one of these items was extraordinarily valuable. When Feng tried to approach one of the statues to inspect the items before it, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System, you may choose one item before the numerous statues. As long as you fulfill the requirements, you may obtain the item you desire. If you fail to complete the requirements within the given time limit, you will be teleported out of the shrine automatically. Sure enough, the system won't let players take these items easily. Feng wasn't particularly surprised. Although every shrine in the World Summit offered its own rewards, not every shrine granted players a reward upon entry. Some required players to pass certain tests. The Shrine of the Lord of Destruction, which Feng had previously visited, was one such example. If players did not choose the appropriate shrines based on their strength, they might walk away empty-handed. A total of 12 statues occupied the platform. Among the items before the statues, 4 were damaged items, and there were 5 pieces of intact epic equipment, 2 epic weapons, and 1 epic item. According to the acquisition difficulty in God's domain, the epic item would be the most difficult to obtain, while the damaged items would be the easiest. It was relatively easy to determine the various statues' difficulty levels. However, none of this mattered to Feng. After all, he was not here for practical items. The God crystals were his only goal. Please, let this be a God crystal. Feng then approached one of the statues with a damaged item. The moment he made his choice, the stone statue before him began to crack. The cracked stone fell to reveal a stalwart man wielding a 2-handed sword and wearing golden armor. Shrine Knight, High Human, Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Level 100. HP 20, 000, 000, 000/20, 000, 000. The moment the Shrine Knight appeared, Feng felt an unprecedented pressure bear down on him. Normally, NPCs' combat techniques were far stronger than monsters of the same level and tier. Furthermore, the NPC before him was a high human. High humans were unlike the current humans populating the God's Domain continent. High humans had long since gone extinct in God's domain. Long ago, the gods had blessed high humans, and their life rating was much higher than their ordinary current cousins. They were bona fide humanoid monsters. In fact, the legends that spoke about humans who had slain dragons didn't refer to current humans, but high humans. Current humans' life rating was far lower than dragons, and not even a Tier 5 NPC would be a match for an ordinary Tier 5 dragon. However, high humans could fight and defeat dragons. As another example of how powerful high humans were, the Tier 4 Shrine Knight before Feng could easily kill mythic monsters of the same level as if they were ants. Chapter 1588, Bloodline Improves. Chapter 1588, Bloodline Improves. After the stone enveloping the Shrine Knight shattered on the platform, it started to move towards Feng. As the situation developed, the pressure Feng felt continued to build. Had Feng not known that the Shrine's trials wouldn't kill the challengers, he would have likely used Absolute Domain to defend himself. Challenger, you have 2 choices. The first is to dodge all of my attacks. The second is to surpass me in combat standards. Your time limit is 3 hours. You have 3 minutes to consider. If you do not decide in 3 minutes, you'll be forced out of the shrine automatically, the Shrine Knight mechanically explained. Dodge all of his attacks or surpass him in combat standards. Feng took a closer look at the Shrine Knight before him. After a moment of consideration, he declared, I choose the second option. The Shrine Knight was a Tier 4 Sword Emperor. Even if the NPC were the same level as Feng, its attacks wouldn't be a trivial matter. Furthermore, Feng was still in a weakened state. that would make it even more difficult to dodge every one of the Sword Emperor's attacks. Competing against the Shrine Knight in combat standards was his only chance to clear the challenge. Normally, after NPCs reached Tier 3, their combat standards would be on par to ordinary expert players. Some powerful Tier 3 NPCs could even reach the Refinement realm. Including NPCs' superior attributes, Tier 3 NPCs were generally far more powerful than Tier 3 players. Even the weakest Tier 4 NPCs' combat standards were at the Refinement realm, and the more powerful ones could even reach the Void realm. Not even Tier 4 peak experts would have dared to provoke Tier 4 NPCs in the past. As for the heroes who were summoned to protect towns and cities, those capable of reaching Tier 4 had no issue reaching the Void realm. This was precisely why they could summon towns and cities. Although Feng bore a weakened state, his combat standards weren't affected. Moreover, competing against a Tier 4 NPC via techniques was a rare opportunity. Unlike players, an NPC's combat techniques were far more refined. Their application could even stun players. Excellent. Let's start the battle then. During this time, my basic attributes will drop to match yours. I will also be set at Tier 2. Neither of us will be allowed to use any skills or spells during this fight. You're also prohibited from using any tools. You will only complete the trial after depleting my HP completely, the Shrine Knight said, nodding. His aura then began to weaken as the Shrine Knight fell from a level 100 Sword Emperor to a level 61 Sword Master. For a brief moment, Feng felt restricted. A notification then appeared, telling him that he was temporarily barred from using skills, spells, or tools. Shrine Knight now had 1 million HP remaining. It was entirely possible for Feng to end this battle quickly, even while relying on his combat techniques. Before Feng could prepare, the Shrine Knight appeared before him, its golden greatsword transforming into a streak of golden light that struck at Feng repeatedly in quick succession. So fast! Feng promptly executed Sword's orbit as the Shrine Knight's blade descended. There wasn't a shred of hesitation in the Shrine Knight's movements. It seemed as if the NPC moved on instinct rather than rational thought. He was unlike players, who usually thought before taking action. The near-instinctive movements allowed the Shrine Knight to execute attacks that were so fast that Feng couldn't preemptively defend himself. As a result, Feng had to rely on passive defense techniques like Sword's orbit to protect himself from the incoming attacks. Dang! Metallic clangs echoed across the platform as dazzling sparks lit the air. If other players saw this, they'd be dumbfounded. As time passed, both fighters' movements became faster and smoother, and any ordinary expert would be overwhelmed by the scene. Although Feng and the Shrine Knight swings were incredibly fast, their speed wasn't a result of high attack speed. Rather, it was due to their instinctive execution. Even after exchanging blows for several minutes, neither side had dealt any damage. As expected of a Sword Emperor, if I don't rely on Sword's orbit to block his attacks, he'll likely kill me very quickly. Feng could not help his bitter smile as he deflected the NPC's frenzied attacks. Fighting the Shrine Knight reminded Feng of how powerful NPCs were. Despite their equally high attack speeds, the Shrine Knight overwhelmed Feng due to the difference in their reaction speeds. This won't do. I can't allow this to drag on. Realizing that none of his attacks reached the Shrine Knight, Feng retreated to search for more favorable terrain. Although the Shrine Knight had the same basic attributes as Feng, NPCs had far more stamina and concentration. Feng did not doubt for a second that the Shrine Knight could outlast him in a battle of endurance. As Feng retreated, he soon discovered a small grove of tall trees near the edge of the platform. That should work. Feng immediately made his way towards the small grove. Unlike players, NPCs weren't good at taking advantage of their surroundings. This fact even held true for Tier 4 NPCs. If he used the trees to block a portion of the Shrine Knight's attacks, he would have more opportunities to deal damage. However, as soon as Feng left the platform's central area, the Shrine Knight stopped his attacks and leaped backward, withdrawing from the battle. The NPC then turned and walked back to his original position. Is this for real? The system won't even give me a chance of winning. Feng was speechless when he saw the Shrine Knight recover to his original state. If he could not fight outside of the platform's central area, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of the terrain. If he continued to exchange blows mindlessly with the Shrine Knight, he would exhaust himself and die before his 3 hours were up. Why is this trial so difficult even though it's the lowermost epic shrine? Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he stared at the motionless Shrine Knight. Whether it was players or NPCs, as long as they reached the Void Realm, they would have a clear grasp of movement around them. In addition, the Shrine Knight could execute near-instinctive attacks. Aside from Domain Realm experts, Feng doubted that anyone was capable of beating the Shrine Knight's combat standards. Of course, there was one way that Void Realm players could defeat an NPC like the Shrine Knight: an advanced offensive combat technique. But even now, Feng had only learned basic offensive combat techniques. He had only learned 2 advanced combat techniques, one of which was Void Steps, while the other was Sword's Orbit. Void Steps was a footwork technique and ineffective against Void Realm NPCs and players. As for Sword's Orbit, it was mainly a defensive combat technique. It could not be considered a true offensive combat technique. Is giving up my only choice? Feng took a moment to consider the situation. Without being able to use his skills and spells, he had lost one of his major advantages. He couldn't use the soul water or crystal of souls he had produced with the soul orb to enhance his focus, either. Without these options, he had no hope of defeating the Shrine Guard. If this continued to drag on, he'd only waste his precious time. As Feng searched his bag for any items that might help him, he came across the Dark Iron Bloodline. The restriction period had already ended, and he could now use the Bloodline. Fortunately, this didn't count as a prohibited item. That's right. How could I forget about the Bloodlines? Feng laughed as he gazed at the Dark Iron Bloodline in his bag. When consumed, Bloodlines improved a player's life rating. When a player's life rating in God's domain increased, every aspect of their being improved. Reaction speed, stamina, and concentration were just a few of these aspects. Feng retrieved the Dark Iron Bloodline from his bag. Removing the crystal bottle's lid, he consumed the pitch-black liquid contained within. Chapter 1589, Frightening Bloodline Power. Chapter 1589, Frightening Bloodline Power. As Feng consumed the Dark Iron Bloodline, the mana on and around the platform began to gather around his body. Suddenly, 2 threefold magic arrays appeared above and below him. It looked as if the magic arrays had formed a barrier, enveloping Feng. The surrounding mana then poured into the threefold array above Feng, and golden, divine runes began to surround his body. As more divine runes appeared around Feng, his aura intensified. When the divine runes covered Feng entirely, a pillar of golden light emerged from Feng's body and shot into the sky. The golden pillar radiated an aura that was even stronger than the Shrine Knight's. A few seconds later, the light pillar began to dissipate and calm returned to the platform. Once the platform returned to its original state, Feng slowly opened his eyes. His previously pitch-black pupils now contained a trace of silver. Meanwhile, his aura, which he usually suppressed, overflowed. If an ordinary player saw him now, they'd assume that Feng was an NPC, not a player. Not only did he radiate a domineering aura, but his gaze also carried an indescribable cold. It felt as if Feng could remain calm and rational, regardless of his situation. So, this is the power of the Dark Iron Bloodline. Feng was shocked as he tried to process the changes to his body. There was no doubt that he was extremely excited, but before this feeling could reach its peak, a wave of serenity assaulted his mind, giving him instant peace. Even his perception of his environment had changed. He had previously needed to allocate the majority of his mental power to monitor his surroundings if he wanted to grasp movement around him accurately. However, despite investing only a small fraction of his attention, he could now gain an acute understanding of his environment. This improvement had exceeded Feng's expectations. Every expert capable of reaching the Void Realm in God's domain was capable of holding a high rank in a super guild. Experts that had just reached the Void Realm still had to focus on observing their environment. Even veteran Void Realm experts had to allocate a considerable amount of their mental fortitude to do so. Yet, now, Feng did not even need to allocate half of his attention to achieve the same result. The boost from the Dark Iron Bloodline was truly terrifying. There was a limit to a person's mental power in both the real world and in God's domain. Not everyone could multitask. Experts, however, had the skill. Of course, they were limited to simple tasks when dividing their attention. If an expert encountered a complex problem, they would struggle to multitask. Needless to say, observing every movement in one's surroundings was a complex task. If a Void Realm expert only needed half of their focus to observe their surroundings and could allocate the other half to physical movement, their combat power would soar. Aside from the boost to his mental capacity, consuming the Dark Iron Bloodline had improved Feng's basic attributes. His strength had risen by 10%, agility by 7%, endurance, vitality, and intelligence by 5%. Although these were minor improvements, his total basic attributes would increase exponentially as he reached higher levels and tiers. Following which, Feng executed a few slashes at the empty air. As he did, his swords drew soundless, beautiful arcs of light before him. Sure enough, not only had the bloodline improved my basic attributes, but it's also improved my reaction speed. Before this, my reaction time had peaked at 0.1 seconds. Now I should peak at 0.8 seconds. Bloodlines truly are amazing. It's no wonder why the various superpowers were so desperate for bloodlines in the past. Feng could not help his rueful sigh as he watched the lingering afterimages of his blade. Although it was only a 0.2 second improvement to his reaction time, to most expert players, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Normally, only incredibly talented experts could cross the 0.1 second limit. He had only been able to react, at most, 10 times in 1 second in the past, but he could now react 12 times. Assuming that his physical limit wasn't a factor and his opponents only had a peak reaction time of 0.1 seconds, the 2 extra reactions would allow him to outmaneuver his opponents, utterly overwhelming them. Had he obtained a basic bloodline in his previous life, he could have easily succeeded with his Tier 4 promotion, even if his early development had been lacking. Unfortunately, bloodlines were even rarer than fragmented legendary items in God's domain. Following which, Feng spent the next 10 minutes or so getting used to the new changes. By the time he was satisfied, he was more than eager to resume his battle with the Shrine Knight. As soon as Feng re-entered the platform's central ring, the Shrine Knight awakened and charged at him with his great sword raised. "Come, let me test the Dark Iron Bloodline's strength." Feng could not help but grin as the Shrine Knight ran towards him. He immediately advanced to meet the NPC in battle. This time, however, Feng did not execute Sword's Orbit to deflect the Shrine Knight's frenzied assault. Instead, he defended himself with normal swings of his blades. As the swords clashed, sparks and clangs filled the platform once more. Although Feng couldn't execute his attacks instinctively as the Shrine Knight did, he could make up for the missing attacks by relying on his superior reaction speed. As Feng exchanged blows with the Shrine Knight, he gradually became comfortable with his defense. After 3 minutes of battle, he had gone from a passive position to fighting the Shrine Knight on equal footing. Moreover, he had a lot more energy to spare than he had during the previous encounter as he executed void steps to dodge a portion of the Shrine Knight's attacks. The Shrine Knight, who had worn an indifferent expression thus far, now revealed his astonishment. "It seems that this is my current limit. Although I still have energy to spare, I haven't mastered enough combat techniques. I still can't exhibit the bloodline's full power. I'll have to find an opportunity to learn more techniques later." After fighting the Shrine Knight for some time, Feng fully understood what he still needed. Now that he had reviewed his strengths and weaknesses, he adjusted his swings and began to execute Sword's Orbit. Every attack with Sword's Orbit was nearly instinctive. As a result, the speed of Feng's slashes had reached its limit. Suddenly, a cut split the skin on the Shrine Knight's shoulder. The NPC's HP fell by roughly 3,000. After the first cut, it didn't take long for the second, third, and fourth to appear as well. As more cuts split the Shrine Knight's skin, his HP plummeted. Before 10 minutes had passed, the NPC's 1 million HP had fallen to 0. The NPC then collapsed, turned to stone, and shattered. In the blink of an eye, Feng was alone on the platform. Once the Shrine Knight was gone, Feng moved forward to collect his reward. Fortunately, the damaged item turned out to be a God Crystal. However, when Feng plucked the God Crystal from its crystalline prison, he noticed that the God Crystal radiated far more divine might than any he had obtained before. An advanced God Crystal? When Feng inspected the item, he realized why the trial had been so challenging. The power of God in an advanced God Crystal was far denser than in ordinary God Crystals. One advanced God Crystal was the equivalent of 2 ordinary God Crystals, and naturally, it wasn't any less valuable than a piece of ordinary epic equipment. Now, he only needed 1 more God Crystal to remove the mysterious power suppressing the disintegration armor. System, congratulations! You have completed the Shrine's trial. You now have 2 options. 1. Exit the Shrine. 2. Challenge another trial at the cost of 1,000 minutes. Feng chose option 2 without hesitation when he saw the system notification. After all, he needed another God Crystal. This time, however, the trial was much less difficult. This Shrine Knight had only reached the flowing water realm, and as a result, he defeated the NPC very easily. After Feng secured his 3rd God Crystal from the Epic Shrine, he received a notification that he had reached his challenge limit for Epic Shrines and was teleported out of the shrine without having any say in the matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Chapter 1590, Feng returns. Chapter 1590, Feng returns. Outside of the Epic Shrine Feng had previously entered, the space before the shrine's door shattered. A figure began to emerge from the spatial tear, clumsily falling to the ground. 3 challenges is the limit? Feng gave the Epic Shrine's doors a bitter smile. This World Summit is really stingy. He had thought that he could challenge the Epic Shrine's trials as long as he still had enough time remaining, but it seemed that that wasn't the case. Even if he had enough time, he could only enter 3 Epic Shrines per visit. In addition, there was a 10-day cooldown after he used his 3 changes, which would only decrease while he was in the World Summit and included all Epic Shrines. But after giving the matter some thought, Feng found it reasonable. The World Summit was a land of treasure. Even fragmented legendary items were available here, let alone epic items. As players reached higher levels, they'd grow stronger, and in turn, they'd be able to earn more time from the entrance test. If the system allowed players to visit the epic shrines without limit, they'd ruin God's domain's economy. It was only normal for the system to create limitations. These restrictions were particularly important when dealing with players who wielded special items. Take Feng's Moloch's Ring for example. While demon players had to complete a large number of rare and challenging quests to earn visitation rights to the World Summit, Feng could simply teleport here. With Moloch's Ring, Feng had to face far fewer challenges to obtain the World Summit's treasures. Forget it. In any case, I've achieved my goal. It's about time that I return, Feng thought as he gazed at the 3 God Crystals in his bag. He then took out a White River City return scroll and activated it. Although he still had more than enough time to visit a few Dark Gold shrines, he had spent quite a bit of time away from the God's Domain continent already. Now that he had achieved his goal and gained an unexpected windfall, he had no reason to linger in the World Summit. It was far more important for him to complete the Recast the Disintegration Armor quest. Otherwise, he'd have to deal with the constant annoyance of the mutated orcs that would target him in the fields, restricting his movement. With a flash of light, Feng vanished from the World Summit. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. When Feng opened his eyes, he stood in White River City's teleportation hall. As Feng moved along the city streets, he noticed that White River City had far more players than several days ago. Many of the new arrivals were merchant players, and plenty of well-known adventurer teams had traveled here from other kingdoms and empires. Players' average level had also visibly increased. Now, many of the players exploring White River City had reached level 45. Feng even spotted level 46 and 47 independent players. In addition, the sight of players atop mounts had become more common in the city. During his last visit, only expert players had owned mounts, but now, many elite players had mounts of their own. However, with the increase of White River City's player population, Feng discovered quite a few cloaked players that stood out from the crowd. What made these players stand out in Feng's eyes was their interest in the players that wore Zero Wings guild emblem. Killing intent would flash in their eyes whenever they spotted a Zero Wing member. By the looks of it, Zero Wings members were just as wary of these cloaked players. It felt as if a fight would break out between them at any moment. As Feng pondered the city's new, strange atmosphere, Aqua Rose contacted him. "Guild leader, you finally returned." Aqua Rose was visibly excited when she saw Feng's face. "What's going on in White River City? Why do I feel like the city is polluted with killing intent?" Feng asked as he glanced around him. It's all because of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Roughly 10 hours ago, they doubled the bounty on our guild members. It's tempted many dark and independent players from other kingdoms and empires to take action against us. Now, everyone's hunting our guild members. Some have even found opportunities to strike while in White River City. At this point, other players have ambushed and killed dozens of our core members. Aqua Rose helplessly explained. While Feng had been gone, Zero Wing's expenditures had grown massively due to the war with Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing City's construction costs. Zero Wing had spent practically every coin it earned from the candlelight trading firm, Stone Forest Town, and Zero Wing City in one way or another. The guild had no way to keep up with the increased bounty. How generous of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial! Feng was astonished. By doubling the bounty, each of Zero Wing's normal members was worth 40 silver, while elite members were worth 2 gold, and killing a core member could earn a player 20 gold. 20 gold! Not even the majority of God's Domain's experts earn 20 gold per day, yet now, one could earn that many coins by killing one of Zero Wing's core members. In addition, players would earn a piece of top-tier equipment when they killed one of these core members. It was no wonder why other kingdoms and empires' dark players had set their sights on White River City. After all, White River City housed the highest number of Zero Wing members. Besides, these dark players wouldn't have an opportunity to strike in Stone Forest Town or Zero Wing City. Without the ruling guild's approval, players couldn't wear black cloaks in guild towns and cities. The ruling guild usually killed anyone who wore a black cloak without any repercussions. The only places in which these players could strike were the fields and White River City. Of the two options, it was easier to find Zero Wing members in the city. Although it was risky to attack another player in an NPC city, the potential profits were just as high. Countless dark and independent players would be willing to take the risk. Guild leader, we've almost run out of guild funds. We are also running out of top-tier weapons and equipment for trade. The situation had disheartened many of our guildmates. We really cannot afford to allow this situation to continue. Why don't we change the direction of our guild's development a little and send more members to the Black Dragon and Apocalypse empires? Aqua Rose suggested. Although Zero Wing made a lot of coins from Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City, there was a limit to how much top-tier equipment they could purchase. Furthermore, due to the constant fighting with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts, Zero Wing's ability to gather top-tier equipment and rare materials from team dungeons had weakened. If this persisted, It was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. No. Since Heaven's Burial and Blackwater want to increase their bounty, we'll increase ours as well. We'll see who will remain standing in the end. Feng said, shaking his head. Also, notify Melancholic and have her prepare these materials for me. Gather every advanced forger we have as well. But we have very little spare capital remaining. If we increase our bounty, we'll run out of funds very quickly, Aqua Rose said worriedly. Currently, Zero Wing's emergency funds only amounted to 22,000 gold. This even included the rent they had received from merchant players in Zero Wing City. If they increased the bounty on Heaven's Burial's members, that might not even last them one more day. If Zero Wing couldn't pay the bounties, its reputation would suffer. Relax. I have a way to deal with the money problem. Just make the announcement. Feng simply smiled in response to Aqua Rose's question. He then disconnected the call and made his way towards the candlelight trading firm. Chapter 1591. Producing the Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1591. Producing the Conqueror's Armor. After Feng disconnected the call, Aqua Rose stared at the dark screen before her in stunned silence. Increasing their bounty on Heaven's Burial's members was easier said than done. The additional expenditure would easily reach tens of thousands of gold. The guild did rake in quite a bit of money from Zero Wing City. Currently, it earned more than 5,000 gold through the entrance fees alone. However, due to the war of attrition with Heaven's Burial, Zero Wing struggled to make ends meet. Unless the guild gained an additional 100,000 gold, it couldn't feasibly afford to double the bounty on Heaven's Burial. Where, exactly, were they supposed to get another 100,000 gold? Big Sis Aqua, are we really going to double the bounty? Yaya asked carefully from beside Aqua Rose. Zero Wing only had a little over 20,000 gold set aside for emergencies. If they used these funds, the guild would be in an even more precarious situation should something unexpected occur. Make the announcement, Aqua Rose said, releasing a deep, powerless sigh. Even if we don't raise the bounty, our remaining stock of top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't last long. If we don't increase the bounty, we'll only burn through our stock. If we're doomed either way, we might as well duke it out with Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Following which, Yaya posted the increased bounty on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. As the news spread, it attracted the attention of every player in Star Moon Kingdom. Yaya's post quickly garnered over 1 million views. Is Zero Wing really trying to fight it out with Heaven's Burial? It actually followed Heaven's Burial's lead and doubled its bounty. It seems that Zero Wing is finally getting serious. Heaven's Burial has Blackwater's support, so it's expected that the guild has a massive amount of funding. But how has Zero Wing secured so much money? Maybe Zero Wing's putting up a final struggle, trying to scare Heaven's Burial into backing off? Based on what I've heard, Blackwater mobilized a bunch of experts to help Heaven's Burial and offered the guild an additional 200,000 gold. With the income from Ancient Rock City, how can Zero Wing possibly beat Heaven's Burial in wealth? Indeed. I've heard that Ancient Rock City's player population has already exceeded 6 million. Although Heaven's Burial isn't charging entrance fees, it's still making a ton of money through repair and accommodation fees. Let them raise their bounties on each other. The higher, the better. That way, I can earn enough money to buy my mount. In the public eye, Zero Wing was at an overwhelming disadvantage in its war with Heaven's Burial. And yet, everyone celebrated the war. It wasn't every day that players had such a golden opportunity to make money. Orc Empire, Heaven's Burial's residence in Ancient Rock City. Guild Leader Singular, it seems that Zero Wing has quite the budget as well. Are you sure that you won't have any issues? Lei Jingyang could not help his frown as he read the latest forum post from Zero Wing. To whittle down Zero Wing's strength as quickly as possible, Heaven's Burial had doubled its bounty on the other guild's members. This increased the number of bounties they had to pay by several times. Each day, they had to shell out roughly 60,000 gold in bounties. That was the equivalent of several days of Ancient Rock City's income. Despite what the public thought, Heaven's Burial wasn't as secure as it seemed. Young Master Lei, rest assured, I am very familiar with what Zero Wing is capable of. Based on the reports from my spies in the guild, Zero Wing doesn't have much money left. It's already struggling to maintain its current expenditures. This is merely Zero Wing's final act of defiance, Singular Burial said, not particularly surprised to hear that Zero Wing had doubled its bounty. I've also reached an agreement with Blackwater. Not only have they invested 200,000 gold in Heaven's Burial, but they also intend to send another 300,000 gold later. 500,000 gold coins is more than enough to crush Zero Wing. Besides, we've also located a new mine in the Orc Empire. That mine has a magic iron vein and a certain chance of producing magic crystals. As long as we capture the mine, Zero Wing has no hope of outlasting us, even if it gains the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full support. Magic iron veins were one of the few veins that produced magic crystals, and the vein Heaven's Burial had discovered was only a dozen or so hours' walk away from ancient Rock City. Although other superpowers had discovered the vein as well, their guild towns were much farther away. As a result, these superpowers couldn't compete with Heaven's Burial. I guess you're right, but as a precaution, we should move up our timetable. The other superpowers have already shown interest in the magic iron vein, and although we have the terrain advantage, securing the vein won't be easy. Lei Jingyang nodded his agreement. He was starting to think that he may have overestimated Zero Wing a little. Although Zero Wing was powerful, the guild lacked the support of a major corporation. It relied on its own power. Meanwhile, in White River City's candlelight trading firm, as Feng entered one of the special forging rooms on the building's top floor, he noticed Melancholic Smile and nearly 100 other advanced forgers waiting for him. Guild leader, I've withdrawn all of the materials you've requested from the warehouse. The candlelight trading firm is also purchasing the materials in bulk, Melancholic Smile reported as she approached Feng, gesturing to the various materials piled around the special forging room. The materials Melancholic had gathered in the special forging room were none other than the required materials for crafting the Conqueror's armor. The Conqueror's armor's production process was intensely complex. Among the various processes, the most time-consuming were the smelting and material refinement. Fortunately, these tasks could be completed by forgers who hadn't learned the Conqueror's armor forging design, which was precisely why Feng had called upon these forgers to assist. With this, he could focus on forging the Conqueror's armor, saving plenty of time. However, when Feng considered the material's purity, he decided that it'd be best if he left the smelting and refinement to advanced forgers. Good. Put whatever tasks you're currently working on hold for now. I need all of you to smelt these materials, Feng addressed the advanced forgers. He then turned to Melancholic Smile and asked, how is the market for lunar potions right now? Lunar potions? Shaking her head, Melancholic Smile said, although the lunar potion is common, demand has skyrocketed due to the increase in players exploring ruins, yet the Moonlight Flower, the lunar potion's main material, is quite rare. As a result, the Moonlight Flower's market price has increased drastically. Now, each flower sells for 6 silver. As for the lunar potion, it's sold for 12 silver. Although we've tried to purchase the flowers to produce lunar potions, we've only crafted a little over 2,000 bottles thus far. The various large guilds urgently needed lunar potions, but due to the Moonlight Flower's rarity, it was impossible to acquire in large quantities. The fact that the candlelight trading firm had accumulated a stock of over 2,000 lunar potions was impressive. So, it's finally begun. Feng smiled. The Moonlight Flower's price was already higher than he had expected. Following which, he retrieved the Moonlight Flowers he had stored in his epic spatial bag and space-time herb garden. Use these to brew lunar potions and sell them for now. Send all of the money to Aqua to cope with our current predicament. Feng had used the space-time herb garden to grow Moonlight Flowers ever since he obtained it. With the herb garden's increased survival rates, the Moonlight Flowers he planted had a 25% survival rate. As a result, each harvest netted around 15,000 Moonlight Flowers. He had already collected over 350,000 in total. Since each stack consisted of 100 flowers, he had 3,521 stacks of moonlight flowers. When Melancholic Smile saw the stacks of moonlight flowers Feng had revealed, her jaw dropped. It was difficult enough to purchase a few dozen moonlight flowers from the market, yet Feng had pulled over 3,000 stacks from his bag, almost filling hers. If they used all of these moonlight flowers to brew lunar potions, they'd definitely make a fortune. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. Chapter 1592, Frantic Purchase. After receiving Feng's instructions, Melancholic Smile promptly left the special forging room and contacted every advanced alchemist in the candlelight trading firm, passing on the order to begin the lunar potions mass production. At the same time, Melancholic Smile retrieved the stockpiled lunar potions from the trading firm's warehouse and had her subordinates sell them in Zero Wing's Advanced Auction House and White River City's auction house. In addition, she sent a few other players to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms to sell the potions. Not only could they sell the lunar potions quickly by doing so, but they could also maintain the market value. Meanwhile, in another of the candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms, Feng took out the Philosopher's Stone, which he had retrieved from his private warehouse earlier, and began to synthesize mana barrier crystals from the mana barrier crystal fragments. Feng had obtained a total of 45 mana barrier crystal fragments from his latest trip to the World Summit. If he had NPC alchemists help synthesize the mana barrier crystals for him, they'd only have a 40% success rate, and each attempt required 10 crystal fragments. He'd be lucky to end up with 2 mana barrier crystals. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone provided a 100% synthesis success rate. However, something unexpected and shocking happened when Feng synthesized the first batch of crystal fragments. After placing only 5 crystal fragments into the Philosopher's Stone, a complete mana barrier crystal had appeared on the table before him. What? I only need 5 crystal fragments to form a complete crystal. Feng was astounded as he stared at the mana barrier crystal on the table. If he only needed 5 crystal fragments, he could synthesize 9 complete mana barrier crystals. Meanwhile, teleportation arrays like those in White River City's teleportation hall needed 5 magic crystals for each activation. Hence, they would also need 5 mana barrier crystals to operate normally. As for the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, it only needed 3 magic crystals. Originally, Feng had planned to activate the teleportation function only after he had gathered enough mana barrier crystals. After all, it was simply impossible to sustain the teleportation array's consumption with Zero Wing's current magic crystal income. Now, however, it would seem that that was no longer necessary. Fortunately, he could use 9 mana barrier crystals interchangeably. Moreover, in addition to the mana barrier crystal's self-recovery ability, each mana barrier crystal contained as much mana as 100 magic crystals. Feng immediately contacted Melancholic Smile and had her send Aqua Rose the synthesized crystals and a message to activate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation functions. Once he finished with the mana barrier crystals, Feng took out the Conqueror's armor forging design and began to study. Unlike basic forging designs, players couldn't learn advanced forging designs with the click of a button. Advanced forging designs also contain special forging techniques and magic arrays. Players needed to learn all of these details themselves. This thing is really complex. After looking through the Conqueror's armor's production process, Feng was astonished. It's no wonder why players struggled so hard to produce equipment with battle arrays in the past. So, the process of creating the battle arrays involves advanced magic arrays. Fortunately, I didn't leave the Conqueror's armor's production to Coco and the others. Otherwise, it'd take even longer to craft the armor. Basic magic arrays in God's domain were quite complex, and even experts needed a considerable amount of time to grasp the skills required to craft them. Needless to say, intermediate magic arrays were even more complex. Otherwise, Feng wouldn't have left the secret silver-ranked secret technique tablet in the guild's warehouse instead of putting it to use. Even now, Zero Wing didn't have enough players who could draw the intermediate magic arrays. Throughout Zero Wing, only Feng knew how to draw advanced magic arrays thus far. Everyone else was still a long distance away from being able to draw them effectively. Fortunately, the required advanced magic array isn't too difficult to draw. I should be able to learn it in a few hours. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after examining the necessary advanced magic array. Although he could already draw advanced magic arrays, there were simple and complex versions. Feng could draw the simple arrays in a handful of hours, but he might not be able to learn a complex advanced magic array yet with his current standards. If he couldn't draw the required advanced magic array, he wouldn't be able to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although it appeared as though Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial were competing via wealth, in reality, that wasn't the case. The true competition still lay among the guild's experts. Due to Lei Jingyang's partnership with Heaven's Burial, the guild had recruited a lot of expert players. Now, Heaven's Burial also had the assistance of a large number of Blackwater's experts. As a result, the gap between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial's strengths had grown. Unfortunately, Zero Wing didn't have enough Tier 2 experts to deal with the enemy's overwhelming numbers. Even if Feng took up arms personally, there was very little he could do to change the situation. But it would be a different story if Zero Wing had the Conqueror's armor. If 5 elite players wore the armor, they would immediately rise to expert status. They might even become more powerful than ordinary expert players. If Zero Wing equipped their ordinary expert players with the armor and activated the basic strength battle array, they'd be as strong as the guild's first-rate experts. If all 5 worked together, they might even display more overall combat power than 5 Refinement Realm experts working together. Refinement Realm experts. Even in super guilds, experts of such caliber were invaluable. In current first-rate guilds, such experts would rank among the top in strength. While Feng studied the Conqueror's armor's advanced magic array, Melancholic Smile posted every lunar potion she had on hand for sale in the various empires and kingdoms' auction houses. She only sold 100 bottles in each location, setting the minimum bid at 10 silver per bottle, slightly cheaper than market value. When these potions went public in the various auction houses, they attracted many guilds and teams' attention. Someone's actually selling so many lunar potions? So cheap. This is wonderful. With these potions, our team can finally explore the ancient ruin we found. Excited, players furiously began to bid on the lunar potions. To the current adventurer teams and guilds, ruin exploration had become a golden opportunity to make a fortune, but without the lunar potion or something similar, exploring the dark ruins was troublesome. Every ruin had its own traps, and locating these traps in the dark was dangerous. If players triggered these traps, even an expert-led team could suffer severe damage or be annihilated. Compared to the risk of triggering these traps, the lunar potion's cost was nothing. After all, players would need several days to recover a lost level at this stage of the game. As players discovered the lunar potions in the auction houses, the potions' prices quickly skyrocketed. 10 silver, 40 copper. 10 silver, 70 copper. 11 silver, 20 copper. After a few short minutes, the average price had reached 12 silver, 50 copper. Meanwhile, this increase was just the beginning. In the end, players only stopped contesting for the lunar potions after the prices reached 17 silver, 50 copper. This was already far beyond the current market value. Although not every lunar potion had sold for 17 silver, 50 copper on average, they had sold for 16 silver, 40 copper or more. After deducting the processing fees, Zero Wing still earned a considerable profit. In the end, Melancholic Smile had made a massive 262 gold from the 2,000 lunar potions she had sold. Fortunately, she had barely dented the market's demand for the lunar potions. 2,000 potions weren't nearly enough to quench players' thirst in a single kingdom, much less multiple kingdoms and empires. Chapter 1593, Zero Wing City's True Power. Chapter 1593, Zero Wing City's True Power. After the first batch of lunar potions had sold, none were available in the various auction houses. Because of this, regret ravaged the players who had failed to win the potions. Crap. The lunar potions have sold out already. I just got here. Damn it. I knew I shouldn't have waited. If I had just bought 2 or 3 bottles, our team would have had enough for an expedition. Many players had assumed that the lunar potions had come from some guild or trading firm. After all, no single player would be able to sell 100 bottles at a time. If that were the case, there was a high likelihood that another batch would show up in the auction houses sooner or later. However, even after over half an hour, no one had posted any new lunar potions. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who was currently in the candlelight trading firm, was elated. The speed at which players are buying the potions is really frightening. With this, we won't need to worry about not being able to sell the potions in bulk. When Melancholic Smile received the proceeds from her subordinates, she brimmed with confidence regarding the large number of moonlight flowers in her possession. Although the candlelight trading firm produced a large number of items each day, not all of these items sold the moment they were put up for sale. They needed to let the market slowly digest some of these items. In fact, some items might never sell, collecting dust in the trading firm. However, the lunar potion was a different story. This first round of sales had proven that, as long as the candlelight trading firm crafted lunar potions, the market would devour their stock. Meanwhile, the candlelight trading firm had almost 100 advanced alchemists. With enough materials, mass-producing the lunar potions would be a piece of cake for these alchemists. In fact, while the first batch of lunar potions had sold, Silent Wonder and the others had brewed over 2,000 new bottles. With this production speed, the candlelight trading firm should earn around 200 or 300 gold per hour. With 48 hours per day in God's domain, the firm could make over 10,000 gold per day with the lunar potions alone. Although this amount of money couldn't change the war's overall situation, it was enough to resolve Zero Wing's current predicament. When Melancholic Smile gave the command to sell the second batch of lunar potions, an intense competition raged in the various kingdoms and empires' auction houses. The players that had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude discarded the notion. They did everything in their power to get their hands on the potions for fear that they'd miss this opportunity. The lunar potions' prices soared once again. The highest price during the first batch had climbed to 17 silver, 50 copper, but now it rose to 19 silver per bottle. By the time the 2,000 lunar potions sold out, Melancholic Smile had earned an additional 300 plus gold. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose was swamped with work in Zero Wing City. Big Sis Aqua, we've paid out over 1,300 gold since we've updated the bounty. Including the remaining funds we have set aside, we won't last another 2 days, Yaya worriedly reported as she examined the bounty claims summary in her hands. It's increased by so much? Aqua Rose could not help but frown. The increased bounty claims were far higher than she had expected. She had hoped that they would last a few more days in this war with the income from Zero Wing City and the guild's remaining funds, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Even if Heaven's Burial didn't mobilize its army, Zero Wing would crumble if it ran out of money. The guild's reputation would be in tatters. To make matters worse, Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city became more popular as time passed. Not only could players level up in the area, but they could also earn contribution points to purchase valuable items. In contrast, Zero Wing City's location was only suitable for leisure right now. Big Sis Aqua, under the guild leader's orders, the candlelight trading firm has sent a representative with coins and items. Apparently, these should help us hold out for a little while longer, Yaya suddenly announced. They've sent funds? Good. I'll head over to meet them immediately. Aqua Rose breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Feng had sent additional funds. She ran to the guild hall's lobby to receive the coins and items. Although she didn't know how Feng had obtained the additional funding, another 40 or 50,000 gold would help Zero Wing endure this war for a few more days. During that time, they they could organize an auction to sell some of Zero Wing City's private housing. That might allow them to continue this fight with Heaven's Burial. They might even be able to put an end to this war. Heaven's Burial invested quite a bit of money each day as well, and no one wanted to see this drag on. However, when Aqua Rose saw the coin's melancholic smile's subordinate had traded to her, she was dumbfounded. For a moment, she wondered if she had misread the total. 500 gold. To a small guild or adventurer team, 500 gold might be a considerable amount of money, but to Zero Wing, this was nothing more than pocket change. It was far from enough to pull Zero Wing from its current predicament. Is this supposed to help me hold out for another half an hour? Aqua Rose was speechless as she stared at the 500 gold. But when Aqua Rose noticed the 9 mana barrier crystals in her bag and inspected their attribute panels, her eyes began to glow. Everlasting magic crystals? Aqua Rose couldn't believe her eyes. She immediately contacted Feng and asked, "Guild leader, just where did you get these mana barrier crystals? Do you have more of them?" God's Domain's various guilds and players were all in desperate need of magic crystals, and Zero Wing was certainly no exception, yet not only were these mana barrier crystals the equivalent of 100 magic crystals, but they could also be used repeatedly. This was akin to having a miniature magic crystal vein. Furthermore, these mana barrier crystals only needed 48 hours to replenish their energy. They basically gave Zero Wing a stable income of 900 magic crystals per day. If they stored the mana barrier crystals in a location with sufficient mana density, their cooldowns would be even shorter. Although the mana barrier crystals could not be used in places like the Divine Colosseum, they were extremely valuable. "You've already received them?" Seeing Aqua Rose's excitement, Feng smiled bitterly as he said, "Mana barrier crystals are extremely rare items. Obtaining more is impossible at the moment." Naturally, Aqua Rose was a little disappointed to hear this. If they had 50 or 60 mana barrier crystals, Zero Wing would be set for life. However, after giving the matter some thought, she found it reasonable. If it were possible to obtain something as valuable as mana barrier crystals in large quantities, it would throw God's Domain's market into chaos. Use the 9 mana barrier crystals to operate the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation array for now. With the mana barrier crystals and some additional magic crystals, we should be able to sustain the teleportation array's consumption easily. Feng could sympathize with Aqua Rose's desire for the mana barrier crystals, but they simply weren't that easy to obtain. Let the public know that Zero Wing City will activate a teleportation function that can transport players anywhere within 4 million yards of the city. The cost will be 5 silver coins per 1 million yards per person. At the same time, set up a membership system for the teleportation function. Those who wish to become members can pay a one-time membership fee of 20 magic crystals. In return, they'll get a 20% discount when using the teleportation function. Currently, Stone Forest Town and Team Dungeons were Zero Wing's main income source for magic crystals, but both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City needed a lot of magic crystals to operate. Furthermore, the guild had to sustain the daily magic crystal allocation for its members. It was practically impossible to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function with the guild's current magic crystal income. Although not every player would pay 20 magic crystals to become a member, Zero Wing would be fine as long as it earned enough magic crystals to sustain the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. "Alright, I'll get it done right away." Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. She had waited to launch of the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function for a long time. Unfortunately, Zero Wing hadn't had enough magic crystals to sustain the teleportation array until now. Now that they had the mana barrier crystals, they could finally show off Zero Wing City's true power. Chapter 1594, Surging Towards Zero Wing City. Chapter 1594, Surging Towards Zero Wing City. Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. Light flashed in the teleportation hall as a team of 20 players arrived in the lively Star Moon City. When these players appeared, many players in the hall turned to look. All of these 20 players' levels were impressively high, and they were well equipped. The lowest level among them was level 47, while the most inferior equipment was level 45 fine gold rank. The pair leading the team, a man and a woman, were even more awe-inspiring. Both were level 49 and wore nothing but level 45 dark gold equipment. Not even first-rate guilds experts could compare to this team. Most surprisingly, none of these experts wore a guild emblem, showing that they were all independent players. What a powerful team. Who are they? Don't you see the Flaming Fox logo sewn on their cloaks? They're members of Firecloud Fox, one of the top 50 adventurer teams in the Black Dragon Empire. That shield warrior in the lead is Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander. He is one of the Black Dragon Empire's top 100 shield warriors. I've heard that several first-rate guilds in the Empire have offered high prices to recruit him, but he's refused everyone. Since they're from an adventurer team in the Black Dragon Empire, why are they here in Star Moon Kingdom? Because of Stone Forest Town. The town's battle arena is a perfect place for experts like them to train. I've also heard that Firecloud Fox plans to move its headquarters to Zero Wing City. Although Zero Wing City's battle arena isn't as effective as the one in Stone Forest Town, the city's mana density is much higher. When the players in the hall saw Firecloud Fox's members, they all fell into heated discussions. Some players, members of other adventurer teams, gazed at Firecloud Fox's members with envy and admiration. Even first-rate guilds fought to recruit these experts. It was an honor that few adventurer teams received. It really is annoying to travel to and from the Orc Empire every time. Commander, can't we grind somewhere else next time? Graceful Moon, Firecloud Fox's vice-commander, suggested, paying no attention to the gossip around her. Turning to Remnant Cloud, she continued, the Orcs' invasion is getting worse, and over the past few days, we've come across more and higher quality Orcs. It'll definitely affect our leveling speed. In your dreams, if we don't continue questing in the Orc Empire and kill Heaven's Burial's members, how are we supposed to earn the money for our mounts? Remnant Cloud snapped. Although the Orcs' upgrade had affected our leveling speed, opportunities like this don't happen often. Alright, enough complaining. Let's head to Zero Wing City to claim our bounties. I get what you're trying to say, but you've seen the difference for yourself. Those Orcs are growing more powerful. At first, we usually only encountered elite-ranked Orcs, but now, we've run into chieftains left and right. Their combat standards have improved as well. I'm willing to bet that we'll need to waste several more hours to cross the border the next time we try to enter the Orc Empire, Graceful Moon grumbled. Despite the short distance between Star Moon Kingdom's border towns and the Orc Empire's border, their adventurer team had spent a significant amount of time crossing the border due to Orc patrol squads. To make matters worse, the quantity and quality of patrol squads continued to increase as well. Now, they spent half of their travel time on fighting the Orc patrol squads. Alright, if they've grown stronger by the time we try to cross the border again, we'll find another location to grind and quest. In any case, our adventurer team has earned quite a bit. With today's haul, we should have enough to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City, Remnant Cloud said. After giving the matter some more thought, he saw the logic in Graceful Moon's concerns. While earning money was important, it wouldn't do them any good if it came at the cost of their leveling speed. If the Orcs guarding the border grew even stronger, leveling in the Orc Empire would no longer be worth it. In fact, based on what information he had, several adventurer teams, which were only slightly weaker than Firecloud Fox, had already given up on the Orc Empire and opted to grind in other maps. These other adventurer teams' level speed was now slightly faster than his own team's. As Remnant Cloud and his companions prepared to head to Zero Wing City, they overheard nearby players discussing their destination. Is Zero Wing for real? Zero Wing City can actually do that? It can't be true. How could a city possibly teleport players to any location within 4 million yards? If that were possible, wouldn't players be able to teleport to their desired leveling areas instantly? Zero Wing made the announcement personally. Why wouldn't it be true? players would see through it immediately if this were some kind of ruse. Besides, didn't you see it? The teleportation fee is absurd. Ordinary players barely earn anything each day. If we want to use the teleportation function, we'll have to hand over a whole day's earnings to Zero Wing. Zero Wing is too strong. It actually secured something like this, too, as expected of our kingdom's #1 guild. The players on Star Moon City's streets debated Zero Wing's latest announcement. Meanwhile, the numerous adventurer teams in the city burned with excitement over the news. Zero Wing City's location was no longer news to Star Moon Kingdom's players. The city wasn't far from the front lines of this war between the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. For the most part, only a large forest separated the city from the front lines. Being able to teleport to any location within 4 million yards of the city would allow players to travel beyond the kingdom's border, bypassing many of the Orc patrol squads. This would save players plenty of travel time and allow them to avoid quite a bit of danger. The teleportation's cost was the only downside. If players teleported across the maximum range, one trip would cost 20 silver per person. However, the price was definitely worth the trip for capable adventurer teams. They could easily earn back several times the money they had spent with the time they saved. After all, Zero Wing had placed a bounty on Heaven's Burial's members. They could earn back the teleportation fees by killing a bunch of the guild's members easily. Moreover, the Orc Empire's maps had far more resources than most of Star Moon Kingdom's. They'd also be able to increase their leveling speed. Commander, it seems that we'll have to save a bit more coins to buy a private house in Zero Wing City, Graceful Moon said, chuckling after she read Zero Wing's announcement. Zero Wing isn't giving us a chance. How wonderful would it have been if they had sold their private housing before this announcement? While Remnant Cloud celebrated the news, he also felt a sting in his pockets. Zero Wing City had already offered amazing benefits, but now it also informed the public of its teleportation function. Needless to say, adventurer teams and experts who wanted to level in the Orc Empire would flood Zero Wing City. To players like them, the teleportation function was a major resource, and 20 silver coins wasn't a significant expenditure. As long as they obtained 1 or 2 pieces of equipment to sell, they would easily earn back what they spent. Furthermore, players could purchase a membership to receive a 20% discount. In fact, Star Moon Kingdom's players wouldn't be the only ones interested in Zero Wing City's teleportation function. Players from other kingdoms and empires would likely visit Zero Wing City to travel to the Orc Empire. As it was, the orcs guarding all of the Empire's borders were growing stronger. As Remnant Cloud fussed over how to earn enough money to purchase a private house in Zero Wing City, the adventurer teams and players in said city were in an uproar. These players who had initially planned to walk to the Orc Empire changed their minds immediately and made their way to the nearest 4 Towers of Elements. They then spent 20 silver to travel across Star Moon Kingdom's border. As more players proved the power of the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, more adventurer teams and expert players applied for the teleportation membership. 1 short hour after Zero Wing announced the teleportation function, 1,042 players had become members, contributing over 20,000 magic crystals. In total, over 2,000 players had used the teleportation function. Naturally, not everyone wanted to pay a portion of their teleportation fees in magic crystals. After subtracting the maintenance and energy costs, Zero Wing had earned 12 silver coins off of every player that had teleported over the maximum distance. In a single hour, Zero Wing had made over 240 gold in pure profit. However, the truly frightening result of Zero Wing's latest announcement was the number of players who visited Zero Wing City. In just 1 hour, Zero Wing City's player population had shot past the 2 million threshold. Many of these players belonged to adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires, and in the end, Zero Wing had also earned a fortune from the entrance fees. Chapter 1595, Upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. Chapter 1595, upgrading the Blacksteel Insignia. The moment Zero Wing City revealed its teleportation function, the city attracted many major powers' attention. A large number of merchant players also considered conducting their business in Zero Wing City. Some of the guilds in the several kingdoms and 2 empires bordering the Orc Empire even tried to ally with Zero Wing in secret. The situation had completely exceeded Aqua Rose's expectations. All of these guilds offered to sell Zero Wing level 45, top-tier equipment at below market price in exchange for the right to establish a guild residence in Zero Wing City and a 20% discount on the teleportation fees. These guilds were also willing to pay a portion of the teleportation fees with magic crystals. Although mainstream players had already reached level 40, they were still some time from reaching level 45. Only the various guilds' elite members had reached such a high level, and because of this, level 45 fine gold equipment and above was still extremely rare. Although the equipment was available on the market, these pieces usually cost far more than market value. Moreover, there weren't many pieces available. Even if Zero Wing were willing to purchase the overpriced equipment, it wouldn't secure many pieces. Yet, these large guilds had offered level 45, top-tier equipment as payment. Aqua Rose had never expected this. If she accepted their offers, she'd solve the guild's shortage of funds and top-tier equipment. Furthermore, even after giving these guilds a 20% discount on teleportation fees, Zero Wing would still make quite a bit of profit. Guild leader, 3 first-rate guilds and 11 second-rate guilds have expressed interest in partnering with us thus far. If we agree, replenishing our top-tier equipment in the guild warehouse won't be an issue anymore, Aqua Rose said excitedly as she read the report in her hands. Rather than coins, Zero Wing urgently needed top-tier equipment for its war against Heaven's Burial. Every time their players died, they'd lose a piece of equipment. Occasionally, Heaven's Burial's members even used some special methods to force players to drop more than one piece when they died. Generally, Zero Wing compensated its members with GCPs, and these members would then trade their points for replacement weapons and equipment from the warehouse. Because of this, Zero Wing's members were rapidly depleting the guild's stock of weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing's guild warehouse ran out of top-tier weapons and equipment for its members, Zero Wing's GCPs would lose their value. If that happened, it would only be a matter of time before the guild crumbled. However, if Zero Wing could replenish its stock, Aqua Rose was confident that the guild could continue to duke it out with Heaven's Burial. There are so many guilds seeking an alliance? Aqua Rose's report surprised Feng. He hadn't thought that the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function would be such an effective advertisement. Alright. However, they have to pay 25% of their teleportation fees with magic crystals. Otherwise, no deal. While the 4 Towers of Elements' teleportation function was powerful, its operation cost a lot of magic crystals. If he allowed these guilds to mass teleport their members, the 9 mana barrier crystals would drain in the blink of an eye. Zero Wing did not have many magic crystals to spare. If these guilds paid a quarter of their teleportation fees in magic crystals, they'd offset the additional cost. Zero Wing might even earn some magic crystal profit. I understand. I'll begin the negotiations right away. After Feng agreed, Aqua Rose disconnected the call and contacted the various large guilds' guild leaders. Meanwhile, the atmosphere among Zero Wing's members had lightened considerably due to the city's sudden popularity. Everyone's confidence of defeating Heaven's Burial renewed. They could easily imagine the future that awaited their guild city, and there was no way it would lose to Heaven's Burial's ancient rock city in any aspect. Similarly, Star Moon Kingdom's players had begun to change their minds about Zero Wing falling prey to Heaven's Burial. They now thought that Zero Wing had some hope of victory. While Aqua Rose negotiated the contract's terms with the various guild leaders, Feng had finally learned how to craft the new advanced magic array and had begun to forge the Conqueror's armor. Although Zero Wing had solved its money and equipment problems, it still wouldn't be easy to defeat Heaven's Burial and Blackwater. Feng didn't even think that his current guild could do anything to the 2 guilds. The difference between their expert counts was just too massive. not to mention financial strength. If Zero Wing wanted to end this war of attrition, it would have to rely on the strength of its guild members. In fact, this was God's domain's infallible truth. Otherwise, guilds wouldn't pay so much attention to nurturing their experts. Now that I've learned how to draw the magic array, I need to find a way to improve my success rate. Although it is somewhat wasteful, I'll have to upgrade the Blacksteel insignia. When Feng had tried to forge the Conqueror's armor and saw his theoretical success rate, he steeled himself and made his way to White River City's bank. Forging the level 50 fine gold ranked Conqueror's armor would be even more challenging than forging level 50 dark gold equipment. Despite his status as a master forger, he only had a theoretical success rate of 18%. Even with his various support tools, he only increased that success rate to around 28%. Although it seemed relatively high, he'd be fortunate to succeed once out of every 5 attempts to produce the armor. This was due to the Conqueror's armor's complex forging process. Unfortunately, the required materials weren't cheap, and each attempt would cost around 50 gold. With that kind of money, he could already purchase a piece of level 45 fine gold equipment. Because the required materials were also rare and difficult to obtain, he also had a limited number of attempts. Feng simply couldn't bear to forge the Conqueror's armor with such a low success rate. If he had to craft the armor, he'd have to reach a 30% success rate at the very least. His only solution was the Holy Grail's power of evolution, which he could only use once every 10 days. Feng quickly arrived in his own large private warehouse and carefully retrieved Zero Wing's greatest secret weapon, the Holy Grail. He had planned to save the power of evolution to upgrade items with special abilities to epic rank, but he couldn't care less right now. He immediately retrieved the Blacksteel insignia and scanned it with the Holy Grail. Suddenly, purple fog leaked from the Holy Grail and enveloped the Blacksteel insignia. The system soon notified Feng of the evolution cost. System, are you willing to permanently lose 1000 HP to evolve the Blacksteel insignia? What? This thing actually requires 1000 HP? Feng was astonished. The Blacksteel insignia was currently fine gold rank. Even if he evolved the item, it would only become dark gold rank, yet the evolution cost was as high as the cost of evolving the Holy City's emblem. Losing 1000 HP was no trivial matter. It was the equivalent of losing 50 endurance permanently. Even a Tier 2 player would have to level a few times to make up for this loss. Moreover, the evolution's success wasn't guaranteed. There was still a chance of failure. But Feng did not hesitate long before he clicked agree. He might have decided against evolving the Blacksteel insignia in the past, but now that he had the Dark Iron Bloodline, things had changed. The Bloodline provided some additional basic attribute points with each level up. Moreover, the bonus would grow as he reached higher levels. He could recover the lost 50 endurance very quickly. After Feng agreed to the evolution, the Holy Grail's purple fog wrapped around him. Immediately, Feng's maximum HP fell by 1000. Meanwhile, the Holy Grail radiated a purple glow as it absorbed the life force. Following which, plumes of purple fog seeped into the Blacksteel insignia. Suddenly, the Blacksteel insignia released a blinding glow that enveloped the private warehouse. This should mean it succeeded, right? Feng's heart pounded as he stared at the Blacksteel insignia in his hand. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. Chapter 1596, Budding Threat. The Holy Grail's power of evolution did not have a 100% success rate. Moreover, the success rate would drop as Feng chose higher-ranked items. The cost would also increase. Even if the evolution failed, the Holy Grail would still have a 10-day cooldown. Although the Blacksteel insignia was only fine gold rank, it was an extremely precious support tool for forgers. It was far more valuable than ordinary dark gold items. Hence, in Feng's opinion, the success rate for evolving the Blacksteel insignia would be on par with evolving a dark gold item to epic rank. If the evolution failed, not only would he permanently lose 1000 HP, but he'd also have to wait another 10 days before he could attempt to evolve the Blacksteel Insignia again. This was not a desired outcome. Following which, Feng took a deep breath as he clicked to inspect the Blacksteel Insignia's attribute panel. Blacksteel Insignia, Dark Gold Rank. Unique Equipment. User Restriction, Yi Feng. The Blacksteel Insignia is the highest medal of honor amongst the Blacksteel dwarves. After equipping it, forging success rate increased by 10%, proficiency has a 15% chance to increase by 1 extra point. When forging, there is a 3% chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Blacksteel Insignia's attributes. Ecstasy then gripped his heart. The dark gold-ranked Blacksteel Insignia is amazing. No wonder the evolution required so much HP. The Blacksteel Insignia's upgraded attributes shocked Feng. Not only had the bonus forging success rate risen from 5% to 10%, but the chances of increasing a forged item's attributes had also increased from 1% to 3%. Now, he'd have a considerably higher chance of improving his crafted item's attributes. In God's domain, producing higher-rank items would become exponentially more difficult. Although it wouldn't be a direct rank increase, the Blacksteel Insignia could raise a fine gold item's attributes to be only slightly inferior to a piece of dark gold equipment of the same level. This meant that the Blacksteel Insignia's wielder could forge items 1 rank stronger than their intended rank. After dealing with the Blacksteel Insignia, Feng returned to the candlelight trading firm to forge the Conqueror's armor. Meanwhile, an army of over 3,000 players, all level 46 or higher, assaulted an orc fortress within the orc empires. Although the orcs defending the fortress were around level 60 and ranked between elite and grand lord, they fell, one after another, under the players' fierce assault. Unfortunately, the players also suffered casualties. Focus on dodging the boss's skills. Ranged players, destroy the fortress's defense turrets. Singular burial commanded from the rear of the army. As the orcs worked to strengthen their empire's defenses, they had constructed temporary fortresses as resting points for the armies. Because of this, more orcs operated around these temporary fortresses, troubling the players in the area. Meanwhile, the orcs' mines were usually surrounded by several temporary fortresses. If players wanted to secure an orc mine, they'd have to deal with the fortresses first. Singular Burial was confident that he could secure the orc mine, which many of God's domain's superpowers drooled over, once Heaven's Burial dealt with the temporary fortresses. Once they succeeded, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have to worry about coins or magic crystals. Daybreak Fog, who wore a cyan mage robe, suddenly approached Singular Burial and quietly reported, "Guild leader, our spies in Zero Wing have reported that the guild has somehow obtained a teleportation function that allows players to teleport from Zero Wing City to the border between the Orc Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. With this teleportation function, players can save a massive amount of time." In fact, many players have already used the service, contributing to Zero Wing's wealth. Moreover, we've received news that plenty of guilds have begun negotiations to ally with Zero Wing. By the looks of it, they plan to sell level 45 top-tier equipment to the guild. I'm afraid this will affect our plans severely at this rate. According to previous reports, Zero Wing should have been on its last leg, yet due to Zero Wing City's teleportation function, Zero Wing had pulled itself out of its predicament. In fact, the teleportation service had become so profitable that Zero Wing was now able to continue its war of attrition against them. This was not good news. The long-term attrition war was a painful burden on Heaven's Burial's finances and development. They had already suffered significant casualties thanks to Zero Wing's bounty. This had impacted the guild members' leveling speed. Moreover, guild members had to stay alert for ambushes in the fields. Many players who had originally wanted to join Heaven's Burial had begun to change their mind. If they did not deal with Zero Wing quickly, their guild's development would stagnate, and they wouldn't be able to keep up with God's domain's other superpowers even with Ancient Rock City. Zero Wing is a tenacious cockroach. Singular Burial could not help but frown. Immediately, he commanded, "Notify young Master Lei and tell him that it's time for his Thunder Legion to take action. Contact Blackwater as well, tell them that if they still want a share of the orc mine, they should send more top-tier experts and help us finish off Zero Wing quickly." "We're taking action now?" Daybreak Fog was stunned. She hadn't expected Singular Burial to switch tactics so soon. Until now, their experts usually attacked in small groups, fleeing the moment they killed Zero Wing's members and minimizing their casualties. However, if they started team battles in the fields, they would suffer more casualties even if they dealt greater damage to their enemy. That was why they had avoided doing so thus far. Now that Singular Burial had approved team battles, he had proven that Zero Wing was a major threat to their guild. Thus, he decided to put a swift end to this war, regardless of cost, and exterminate the budding threat before it did permanent damage. "Mitchum, I want to see how long Zero Wing can hold on." Singular Burial nodded. Zero Wing's sudden transformation had exceeded his expectations and left him with no other choice, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to show Zero Wing how wide the gap was between their expert counts. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City, in a special forging room located on the candlelight trading firm's top floor. Feng sat alone beside a furnace, repeatedly swinging a hammer as he forged the Conqueror's armor. To sharpen his focus, he had even used the precious soul water. The Conqueror's armor required a lot of materials, including over 10 main materials and over 20 support materials. Every material needed to be smelted carefully. Just the smelting and refining all of the involved materials took more than half an hour. If Feng had gone through the entire forging process alone, he would have only had time to forge a few pieces of the Conqueror's armor each day. Fortunately, he could rely on Candlelight's advanced forgers to help him with the smelting and refining processes, saving him plenty of time. Fortunately, with the improved Blacksteel Insignia, Feng's forging success rate had broken past the 30% threshold. Fusing, stacking, stacking. As he continued to fuse and shape the extracted materials, the Conqueror's armor began to take shape. Once the armor was perfect, Feng released a deep sigh of relief and began to draw the advanced magic array. Due to the soul water's effects, Feng was able to complete the advanced magic array naturally and without pause. The instant he completed the advanced magic array, the Conqueror's armor released a mesmerizing, crimson glow. "This is the first Conqueror's armor I've forged, and I've already triggered the strengthening effect?" Feng's excitement grew as he watched the crimson light, completely different from the usual glow on fine gold equipment. Chapter 1597, Improved Conqueror's Armor. Chapter 1597, Improved Conqueror's Armor. Despite being a master forger, Feng didn't have a particularly high success rate with forging the Conqueror's armor. Although God's domain had plenty of support tools, these tools would become less effective with more complex items. In fact, most support tools were nullified when producing an epic item. Only a small number of support tools could help a player craft an epic item. Feng hadn't expected, despite having barely over a 30% success rate, he would actually forge a successful Conqueror's armor on his first try. Moreover, he had triggered the Blacksteel Insignia's strengthening effect. After gazing at the armor for a moment, Feng clicked to inspect its attributes. Immediately, the system analyzed the Conqueror's armor's statistics. System: Blacksteel Insignia's effect triggered, attributes increased. System: Conqueror's armor has been forged successfully. Forging proficiency increased by 4 points. Obtained 3 million EXP. Conqueror's armor, chest piece, plate armor, fine gold rank. Level 50. Equipment requirement, strength 730 and agility 730. Defense plus 2,350. Strength plus 75, endurance plus 84, agility plus 72. Additional passive skill dash. Life sacrifice. The wearer will receive more power as their HP decreases to a maximum of 15% strength and 25% attack speed. Additional active skill dash. Basic strength battle array. Activation requires 5 or more players wearing the Conqueror's armor. Upon activation, wearer's strength increases by 25%, agility by 15%, endurance by 15% and physique by 10%. Grants basic perception sharing buff. Stamina and concentration consumption rates increase by 400%. Maintaining the battle array costs 1 magic crystal every 5 minutes. The Blacksteel Insignia is really quite amazing. Not only did it improve the armor's basic attributes, but it also boosted one of the armor's skills slightly. Although this Conqueror's armor still is not a match for level 50 dark equipment individually, it is not far from it. Feng was delighted as he read the Conqueror's armor's attributes. Level 50 was a major turning point in God's domain. Top-tier equipment past this level would become incredibly difficult to obtain. Even level 50, 100-man team dungeons only dropped level 50 fine gold equipment and set equipment at best. Generally, players could only obtain level 50 dark gold equipment from super large-scale team dungeons. On its own, the improved Conqueror's armor was only slightly less valuable than a piece of epic equipment of the same level, but if he had 5 pieces of the improved version of this armor, each piece would be worth as much as a piece of ordinary epic equipment. Unlike the improved Conqueror's armor, epic equipment only provided powerful boosts to basic attributes and a few powerful skills. On the other hand, the Conqueror's armor's basic strength battle array could improve players' combat standards as well as basic attributes and physique. The only flaw was the armor's level limit. At best, players could use the armor until level 60. Most epic equipment, in contrast, could be used past level 100. Gazing at the improved Conqueror's armor before him, Feng's passion to forge the armor ignited. If he could mass-produce the Conqueror's armor and equip a 1,000-man legion, the result would be mind-blowing. If he geared a legion of 1,000 expert players in the Conqueror's armor, he'd have a legion of Refinement Realm experts instantly. Such a legion would be unstoppable on the battlefield. He'd even dare to challenge a true super first-rate guild head-on with such a force, not to mention Heaven's Burial. Dreaming of such a powerful legion, Feng continued to forge one Conqueror's armor after another, not resting for a moment. Since Feng had nearly 100 advanced forgers to handle the most time-consuming process, smelting and refining, he could complete each forging attempt in roughly 10 minutes. As he became more familiar with the process, he was even able to work faster than that. Perhaps he had used all of his luck during the first attempt because, unfortunately, the next 4 attempts all failed. In the blink of an eye, he had wasted over 200 gold in materials. If any other trading firm suffered such a loss, they'd likely halt production immediately, but Feng was unfazed. If equipment with basic battle arrays were that easy to produce, the various super guilds wouldn't have struggled so much in the past, mass-producing such equipment. However, as Feng continued his forging attempts, he became increasingly familiar with drawing the crucial advanced magic array. He'd even used Divine Providence to improve his success rate later. Although luck was insubstantial, it could, more or less, affect production success rate. Before Feng had realized it, he had already gone through 300 material sets. In the end, he had successfully forged 96 pieces of Conqueror's armor. His overall success rate was slightly higher than the theoretical success rate the system had given him, and among the 96 chest pieces, Feng had forged another 3 pieces of improved Conqueror's armor, securing a total of 4 improved chest pieces. Meanwhile, Feng's experience bar had risen steadily due to his diligent work to craft the Conqueror's armor. His leveling speed was 3 to 4 times faster than God's Domain's other peak experts. Although his leveling speed was impressive, there likely wasn't another player in God's Domain who would dare to replicate Feng's leveling method. The 300 material sets Feng had used were worth 15,000 gold in total, and this was only the current market value. Players would likely have to pay far more than that if they tried to purchase the materials in bulk. As Feng was about to use up the remaining 24 or so material sets, Aqua Rose contacted. Guild leader, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater have suddenly increased the force they've mobilized against us. They've organized 100-man teams to ambush our dungeon raiding teams. Our casualty count is rising rapidly. We've already lost over 5,000 lives since they bolstered their forces. Although we've tried to retaliate, we're too outnumbered. We simply can't keep up with all of the attacks. Should I recall our guild members from the dungeon raids and grinding in the high-resource maps for now and concentrate on leveling up in a few safe maps? Due to Zero Wing City's rise in popularity, Aqua Rose was relatively confident that Zero Wing would survive the war with Heaven's Burial, but now Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched more experts to ambush their players in the various high-resource maps they occupied. The two guilds even targeted their 100-man elite and expert teams. This had never happened before. The wisest move right now would be to gather their members in a few, specific leveling maps close to each other. Although this would limit their members' leveling speed, it would provide more security. Zero Wing could also send their limited number of experts as reinforcements far faster. They're finally done sitting by, huh? Feng frowned. He hadn't thought that Heaven's Burial would attempt to end this war so soon. Immediately, he commanded, I like your suggestion. We need to concentrate our forces, but move them to the targeted, high-resource maps instead. But the level 40 and 50 high-resource maps are too far apart. If a battle breaks out, our reinforcements will need some time to get there. Aqua Rose had also considered the idea, but it wasn't a wise move. Zero Wing had a limited number of experts, and they weren't enough to cover multiple maps that were so far apart. It's fine. Just do as I say. Leave the rest to me. Feng simply smiled, not bothering to offer any further explanation. Select 100 skilled plate armor classes from the Dark God's Legion and send them my way. They have to be level 50 or higher. 100 people? Aqua Rose could not figure out what Feng intended to do. Currently, only a few of Zero Wing's players were capable of standing against Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's experts. If they wanted to suppress the enemy's teams, they'd have to form a team of the guild's Tier 2 players. Even a 100-man expert team's ability to turn the tide of battle would be limited. But since Feng had given the command, she had no choice but to follow it. Chapter 1598, Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Chapter 1598, Exterminate Heaven's Burial. Starmoon Kingdom, Pyroxene Hills. As one of the many level 50 maps in Starmoon Kingdom, it housed plenty of ancient ruins, even if it weren't particularly resource-rich. Hence, many guilds and adventurer teams in the kingdom loved to explore the map and its ruins. The Pyroxene Hills was also home to some rare herbs and ores. Many independent players came to harvest these materials while grinding. Currently, two groups of players clashed outside one of the Pyroxene Hills' dilapidated ruins. All of the players were high-leveled, with the lowest at level 50 and the strongest players at level 52. One of the two groups wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem, while the other players wore Zero Wings. Amazing! So, this is a team battle between guilds? The players passing by could not help but pause to watch the battle. They were captivated. Compared to the PvP battles between independent players they had seen before, this battle was on a level of its own. When independent teams clashed, the fight usually involved a dozen players or so, most of which focused on their own fights. It was more apt to call these battles free-for-alls, rather than team battles. There was no coordination between any of the players. Normally, a single expert could change the course of the skirmish. However, battles between guild teams were a different story. These battles were akin to wars on ancient battlefields. Each team had clear leadership, and guild teams focused on coordination among team members, seeking the enemy's weak points to strike. In such battles, individual experts had very little effect on the outcome. For a time, Heaven's Burial and Zero Wings members fought. Spells and arrows flew across the battlefield as the healers in the back desperately cast one healing spell after another. However, as the battle drug on, Zero Wings' frontline melee players began to fall. Despite starting with the same number of players, Heaven's Burial clearly had the advantage due to its frightening number of experts. Generally, 5 or 6 expert players would lead a 100-man guild elite team. Yet, Heaven's Burial's elite team had more than 30 experts. In contrast, Zero Wing's team only had 15. Not only were expert players stronger than elites individually, but they also had better coordination, and they could easily find their opponents' weak points. As one player from Zero Wing fell after another, the battle became more one-sided. In the end, Zero Wing's team was forced to retreat. Unfortunately, Heaven's Burial's players clearly had no intention of letting their enemies get away as they chased after the fleeing players. Although Heaven's Burial suffered around 20 casualties, the team had annihilated the players from Zero Wing. Leader, Zero Wing's members are a bunch of weaklings. Had the guild leader given the command to attack earlier, Heaven's Burial would have long since dominated Star Moon Kingdom. That's right. Even if Zero Wing is powerful, it can only strut before first-rate guilds. It's nothing to Heaven's Burial. The players from Heaven's Burial laughed as they admired the weapons and equipment scattered across the ground. Zero Wing's time as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord was over, and Heaven's Burial wasn't the guild it had been in the past. Now, every aspect of the guild was formidable. In total, Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had dispatched over 8,000 experts and spread them across multiple teams to ambush Zero Wing's members. They had even dispatched top-tier and peak experts. With so many expert-led teams on the hunt, they would kill any Zero Wing member that dared to show up in the various leveling maps. Shortly after the team from Heaven's Burial left, another 20-man team from Zero Wing arrived on the battlefield. Damn it! We are too late again. Shadow Sword cursed as he surveyed the tattered battlefield. The leveling map he had been tasked to secure was simply too large, and Heaven's Burial had too many teams in the map. There was a limit to how many players he could save. Sometimes, the enemy ambushed faraway teams, and by the time he arrived, the fight would be over. He couldn't help but feel powerless. Moreover, his leveling speed had sharply decreased since he had focused on hunting down Heaven's Burial's teams. Commander Shadow Sword, we just received a message from Vice Guild Leader Aqua. She wants all members who want to level to gather in these 4 high-resource maps. She's also ordered these specific Dark Gods Legion members to gather in White River City's guild residence immediately, a level 50 ranger reported as he handed Shadow Sword a list. Gather in these 4 maps? Is this a joke? Shadow Sword gaped at the 4 specified maps. While it would make defense and reinforcement easier if they gathered their guild members in a few select areas, the 4 maps were spread out. Sending their members to these maps was the equivalent of splitting the guild's power, making it easier for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater to slaughter them. The Vice Guild Leader has said that this is an order from our guild leader. The ranger nodded solemnly. An order from the guild leader? Hearing this, Shadow Sword was even more confused. I understand. We'll head to our assigned map right away. Any Dark Gods Legion members on the list should return to the guild residence immediately. While Shadow Sword's team prepared for the trip to another map, Zero Wing's guild members, who were scattered across Star Moon Kingdom, followed the same orders. Naturally, such a massive shift attracted the attention of the kingdom's various large guilds. What is Zero Wing trying to do? Daybreak Fog was baffled as she read the latest report a subordinate had sent her. Truly foolish. Do they think this will scare us? Singular Burial chuckled at the report. Notify our generals and dispatch our forces to these 4 maps. Tell them to move in 100-man units or less. Do not start any large-scale fights with Zero Wing. I want to see how Black Flame intends to cope with so many teams. He had discovered Black Flame's capabilities long ago. Not only did the man wield large-scale destruction spells, but he also possessed a large-scale silencing skill. In battles involving thousands of players, these abilities worked wonders. Even if Heaven's Burial won due to its numeric advantage, the guild would suffer drastically, and that wasn't something he wished to see. Had Zero Wing gathered its members in a single map, he wouldn't have dared to send his guild members. Of course, he'd be more than happy to see Zero Wing do just that since only so many resources were available in a single map. If every Zero Wing member cowered in one area, even if it were a high-resource map, there wouldn't be enough resources to go around. Ultimately, it would damage the guild members' leveling speed. However, to ensure that its members could level normally, Zero Wing had split its players across 4 high-resource maps that were fairly far from each other. With Zero Wing's limited number of experts, it could only dispatch a few to protect each area. As long as Heaven's Burial continued to start small-scale battles, Zero Wing would fail to keep up with the enemy guild's numeric advantage. If this drug on, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, in Zero Wing's residence in White River City, 100 players wearing the core members' guild emblems sat in the residence's meeting room. The lowest level among the crowd was level 50, while the highest had reached level 52. All of these players could rank among the top regarding levels in any guild. As for their combat standards, the weakest among them had reached the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor, and the most powerful had reached the 7th floor. None of these players dared to utter a word as they watched the cloaked man before them, reverence and admiration filling their gazes. This cloaked man was none other than Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader and an expert of his own legends. Since everyone's here, let's get straight to business, Feng said as he glanced at the players in the room. Once he verified that there were enough players, he continued, "From now on, I have an extremely important task for you, but before carrying it out, you'll have to sign a confidentiality contract. If you don't wish to sign, you may leave, and I'll find a replacement. If you have any questions, ask now." A confidentiality contract. Guild leader, can you tell us what kind of task we'll be doing? Everyone stirred for a moment when they heard Feng mention a confidentiality contract. They were all profoundly curious about what Feng had in store for them, and not a single player among the crowd showed any signs of abstaining from the challenge. "I'm sure you are all aware that Heaven's Burial has caused our guild quite a bit of trouble lately. The task I have for you is very simple. You'll annihilate Heaven's Burial." Chapter 1599. Count Your Deaths on Me. Chapter 1599. Count Your Deaths on Me. When Feng finished speaking, silence descended on the meeting room. Heaven's Burial shone like the midday sun in several kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Not only had it annexed many workshops and adventurer teams, but it had also captured ancient Rock City. Now, the guild had nearly as much overall strength as a super first-rate guild. Although Zero Wing was also powerful and had great growth potential, it wasn't as powerful as Heaven's Burial, which had both its own strength and the support of major corporations. In fact, as members of Zero Wing, they had prepared themselves for a long, arduous battle against their rival guild. Yet, Feng wanted them to exterminate Heaven's Burial. He had also made the declaration as if it were a matter of course. For a moment, they wondered if Feng had gone mad. However, they couldn't help but burn with fighting spirit, knowing that Feng had chosen them for this task. Those bastards from Heaven's Burial have always been an eyesore. Guild leader, just tell us what we need to do. We finally get to start a real fight with Heaven's Burial? I've been waiting to duke it out with Heaven's Burial for a long time. Those cowards only know how to hit and run. If given the chance, I'll beat them until not even their mothers recognize them. Everyone's blood boiled with excitement as they looked at Feng. Their hatred for Heaven's Burial was nothing new. In fact, that hatred had only increased due to the guild's shameless tactics. All right, since none of you have any issues, sign these confidentiality contracts. Feng nodded in satisfaction before handing out a contract. When players signed confidentiality contracts, they wouldn't be able to discuss the relevant information while logged into God's domain. Although the main God system could not regulate information in the real world, if one found evidence of someone violating their contract in the real world, they could hand the evidence over to the main God system. If the evidence were valid, the player would receive their deserved punishment, the the severity of which would depend on the terms of the contract. Feng wanted to keep the Conqueror's armor's battle array a secret. Although God's Domain's various powers and players were bound to discover battle arrays eventually, he wanted to reserve the armor as one of the guild's trump cards. The later the various major powers discovered battle arrays, the better. The penalty Feng had set for breaking the confidentiality contract wasn't unusual. Any player who violated it would have their account permanently suspended. In general, guilds chose a consequence that would bar players from God's Domain permanently if they violated a confidentiality contract regarding extremely important secrets. It would not even matter if players deleted their accounts, they'd never be able to log back in. Hence, guilds' core secrets hadn't often leaked in the past. The consequences of doing so would be devastating to players who had grown comfortable with God's Domain's lifestyle. Permanently losing access to the game was more of a punishment than death itself. This was especially true for players who earned access to their guild's core secrets. Of course, there were bound to be players who would take the risk when offered an astronomical price. Once the 100 plate armor players from the Dark God's Legion signed the contracts, Feng pulled one Conqueror's armor after another from his bag. While Aqua Rose had gathered the necessary players, Feng had successfully forged another 4 pieces of the Conqueror's armor. Among these 4 pieces, one was even an improved Conqueror's armor. This increased the count to 5 improved pieces, just enough for a 5-man party to activate the basic strength battle array. What? There's so much level 50 fine gold equipment here. Wait, look at the attributes. They're insane. This basic strength battle array is amazing. It's basically a mini berserk skill. Moreover, it doesn't have a cooldown and only costs 1 magic crystal per 5 minutes. It can last until players run out of stamina. Everyone was flabbergasted over the 100 chest pieces Feng had revealed. They frequently grinded in level 50 plus maps, so they knew just how difficult it was to obtain level 50 equipment. Even mysterious iron equipment was incredibly rare, let alone secret silver rank. Level 50 mysterious iron equipment's basic attributes could easily rival those of level 45 fine gold equipment, and level 50 equipment provided higher defense than lower level equipment. However, the superior defense wasn't displayed in numerical value. Rather, it came in the form of impact mitigation. When players were attacked in God's Domain, the impact oftentimes disrupted their stance, revealing flaws in their defense. Aside from damage reduction, a player's defense could also mitigate some, if not all, of the impact from an attack. Thus, when deciding between level 45 fine gold equipment and level 50 mysterious iron equipment, players usually chose the latter, even if the former had stronger skills. Needless to say, not even level 45, top-tier, dark gold equipment could compare to level 50 fine gold equipment. Unfortunately, such equipment was extremely challenging to obtain. Even when raiding level 50, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeons, the armor only had a chance of dropping, it wasn't guaranteed. Yet, Feng had just set 100 pieces of such equipment before them. Moreover, the Conqueror's armor had a superb skill for large-scale combat. Every one of these players from the Dark God's Legion felt as if they were dreaming. Only a few of them had level 50 dark gold equipment, while most of them still used level 45 dark gold equipment or a combination of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. Even in a first-rate guild, their equipment would only be second to those who wore epic equipment. In response to these players' elation, Feng simply chuckled and shook his head. All of these players only had eyes for the Conqueror's armor's basic attributes. They had no idea that the fine gold-ranked Conqueror's armor was even more valuable than level 60 dark gold equipment. I want each of you to select one of the chest pieces. Then, I'll split you into 20 parties of 5. Each party will take a healer and head to the 4 high-resource maps where we've sent our guild members to grind. I need all of you to continue the search for Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. If you find a group of 100 or fewer, kill them all. If the enemy overwhelms your team with numbers or peak experts are among their teams, notify the commanders responsible for the region, then send you reinforcements. If that is the case, you just need to keep an eye on the enemy. If they chase after you, try to kite them and regroup with the reinforcements. Feng strictly explained the details of their task as he eyes the players before him. By having the Dark God's Legion members move in 6-man parties, they could move swiftly and stealthily. Although splitting these Dark God's Legion members into 6-man parties, rather than 100-man teams, would limit the Legion's combat power, the smaller parties would seem like less of a threat to their enemies. This would make it easier for the Dark God's Legion members to evade the enemy's detection. When Feng fell silent, everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded. They even wondered if they had heard wrong. Feng actually wanted them to form 6-man parties to take on Heaven's Burial's 100-man teams. If they targeted ordinary 100-man teams, they'd be confident of their victory, but Heaven's Burial's teams were anything but ordinary. Each team was normally led by dozens of experts. If they assaulted such a force, they'd be attempting suicide, not starting a battle. Relax. I'll take responsibility for any of your deaths. Feng could see these players' confusion regarding his decision. However, he simply chuckled and said, "Or don't you have the courage for a task like this?" So, what if these 100-man teams are from Heaven's Burial? Guild leader, just you wait. Even if we don't kill them all, we'll definitely make them suffer. Initially, worry had gripped everyone's hearts, but after Feng had told them off in such a way, their fighting spirit began to burn anew. As Feng had implied, if they weren't even brave enough to do this, they might as well stop calling themselves experts. Also, the 3 parties with the highest kill counts will receive a large number of GCPs and gain 1 opportunity to learn an advanced combat technique. Whether or not you earn the opportunity will depend on your effort, Feng said, nodding in approval at everyone's high spirits. Immediately, he organized his players into parties before sending them off to the 4 high-resource maps. When they had heard that they might be able to learn an advanced combat technique, these players couldn't help their growing excitement. Advanced combat techniques were the guild's core secrets. It was extremely difficult to earn the opportunity to learn one. Normally, they'd only have the chance to earn the opportunity if they achieved some impressive feat or were selected by the guild for training, yet all they needed to do was rank among the top 3 for kill counts. Why wouldn't they be excited? After Feng finished with the Conqueror's armor and the 20 teams, he made his way towards Ciliora's smithy in White River City to repair the Disintegration armor. Chapter 1600, Legendary Armor's Power. Chapter 1600, Legendary Armor's Power. The Disintegration armor's existence was giving Feng a huge headache right now. As he was no longer at the World Summit, the Disintegration armor's disintegration power was not being suppressed anymore. Meanwhile, with the dispelling of a portion of the evil power, the disintegration power leaking from the Disintegration armor had intensified. As a result, the disintegration power, which initially suppressed his basic attributes by only 50%, now suppressed them by 60%. He didn't dare to recklessly remove the evil power suppressing the disintegration armor any further. After all, if he removed the evil power entirely, the suppression on him might become even stronger. If that happened, he would definitely be doomed. Hence, as a precaution, he decided to meet with Ciliora first before doing anything else to the disintegration armor. Upon arriving at Ciliora's smithy, things were just as usual. There were no guests before the cozy wooden house. Only the clangor of hammering came from it. There was nothing unusual about this place whatsoever. However, when Feng stepped into the smithy, it was as if he had entered an entirely different world. The mana density inside the smithy was far superior to even that of Zero Wing City. Meanwhile, at this moment, Ciliora stood before a furnace smelting materials. Upon seeing Ciliora's actions, Feng had to admit that a Grandmaster Forger was indeed different from a Master Forger. Master Forgers would normally use only flames when smelting and refining materials. However, Celiora was actually controlling a threefold magic array to imbue an oceanic amount of mana into her materials first before refining them using flames, which boosted the quality of her materials. Meanwhile, upon sensing Feng's entry into the smithy, Celiora sent him a glance. Although Celiora herself was not a combat-specialized NPC, Feng still felt as if Celiora saw through his soul when she looked at him. It seems you managed to find some god's power to remove that evil power while you were gone. It's a pity that the god's power you acquired was too little to completely remove that evil power, Celiora said, shaking her head as she looked at Feng. She then demanded, "Well, out with it. What are you here for? If you're looking for a method to suppress that disintegration power of yours, I don't have any solutions. Right now, the only thing you can do is gather enough God's power and remove that evil power as soon as possible. Otherwise, the disintegration armor will only lure even more orcs to you. Soon, it won't even matter if you're hiding inside a city, as those orcs would do anything to satisfy their greed for the disintegration power. If things drag on for too long, even NPC cities won't be able to stop the orcs?" Feng could not help but be shocked when he heard Celiora's words. He had never thought that removing a portion of the evil power suppressing the disintegration armor would have such frightening effects. If what Celiora said was true, then he really wouldn't have any place he could hide in the future. "Lady Celiora, do you mean that if I manage to gather sufficient God's power, I'll be able to break free of my current predicament?" Feng asked curiously. Previously, the reason why he chose to deal with the problem regarding the disintegration armor quickly was the armor serving as a beacon that lured mutated orcs to him. This situation prevented him from taking action out in the fields freely. If he could not deal with this problem, he wouldn't be able to do anything at all in the future. That should be the case. After all, the only reason the disintegration armor is leaking disintegration power is the loss of its channeling abilities. If the materials making up the disintegration armor recover, they should be able to control this disintegration power, Celiora said, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Upon hearing Celiora's explanation, Feng breathed out a sigh of relief. He then took out the disintegration armor and had it absorb the god crystals inside his bag. The advanced god crystal and the basic god crystal there shattered and transformed into streams of golden mist that flowed into the disintegration armor. When the golden mist suffused the disintegration armor, streams of pitch-black energy started flowing out of the armor. When Celiora saw this pitch-black energy corroding its surroundings, she could not help but be surprised and hurriedly activated the magic array set up inside her house. The magic array immediately started suppressing the pitch-black energy, nullifying its corrosive capabilities. Although the pitch-black energy's corrosive capabilities were suppressed, the energy itself showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, it actually started condensing. After 5 seconds passed, the mist-like energy transformed into a pitch-black energy bead that hovered quietly in midair, releasing a terrifying aura. "What is this thing?" Feng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the pitch-black energy bead before him. The aura the bead radiated made him feel as if a gigantic beast had just opened its bloody maw before him. At this moment, he could not even move his body in the slightest and could only look helplessly at the energy bead. Aside from the pitch-black energy bead, a change had also occurred to the disintegration armor, which he had placed on the table. As if the armor itself had gained life, Feng could clearly feel a surge of vitality from it. Rather than an inanimate object, the disintegration armor before him felt like it was some kind of life form. Instead, as the evil power no longer tainted the disintegration armor, the magic circuits covering the surface of the armor released a dazzling glow. Aside from the house becoming brightly lit, the mana inside the house had also frozen. Feng could not sense the slightest flow of mana whatsoever right now. However, this situation persisted for only a few short seconds, after which the entire house returned to its normal state. As for the disintegration armor, it was as if the armor had just received a complete makeover. Both the armor's external appearance and aura had changed significantly. Despite the armor merely sitting atop the stone table, It radiated a power that made even Feng's soul shudder in fear. In fact, the stone table the disintegration armor sat on had even started disintegrating, unable to withstand the armor's power. So, this is the disintegration armor's original power? Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at the stone table decomposing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It should be known that Siliora was a bona fide grandmaster forger. Although the furniture placed inside her house appeared normal, in reality, that was far from the case. In fact, even the stone table before him had an extraordinary origin. From what Feng could tell, the table should be made of fire essence stone. Not only was fire essence stone incomparably tough, but it was also one of the top-tier magic resistance materials in God's domain. Yet now, it actually couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power despite the armor being in a passive state right now. This was simply inconceivable. However, before the stone table could fully disintegrate, Siliora quickly made her move, line after line of divine runes appearing before her. A moment later, a fourfold magic array formed around the disintegration armor. With the appearance of the magic array, the stone table stopped disintegrating. However, the magic array continuously produced crackling sounds, a sign that it couldn't withstand the disintegration armor's power either. Amazing! Truly amazing! Even a fourfold void magic array isn't able to contain this thing. As expected of a mythical artifact created by the great Orc Emperor. Siliora's eyes glowed as she looked at her crumbling magic array. At this moment, it was as if her eyes had just been opened to a whole new world. Meanwhile, Feng was quite shocked as he looked at the disintegrating fourfold magic array. A fourfold magic array. That was a magic array that even mythic monsters could not destroy. Yet, a piece of equipment in its passive state was destroying such a magic array. It was no wonder the disintegration set was considered as one of the 9 great legendary sets in God's domain. Despite the disintegration armor being damaged, it still possessed such frightening capabilities. One could just imagine how powerful the founding emperor of the Orc Empire was when he wore the complete disintegration set. Based on this, the legends of the founding emperor fighting against gods were not exaggerations at all. I don't have the ability to suppress the power this disintegration armor is releasing. Do you wish to take this armor away, or let me recast it for you right now? Siliora asked, smiling as she looked at Feng. Take it away? Feng smiled bitterly. If Siliora couldn't suppress the disintegration armor's power, he would be a fool if he thought even for a second that he could. He immediately replied, I'll have to trouble Lady Siliora, then. Chapter 1601, Recasting the Disintegration Armor. Chapter 1601, Recasting the Disintegration Armor. With Feng's permission, Siliora looked at the disintegration armor before her and smiled. She then stretched out her hand and grabbed the armor directly. The disintegration armor's frightening disintegration power could destroy even a table made out of fire essence stone. Yet now, the armor had no effect on Siliora's gloved hand whatsoever. Amazing! Sure enough, a Grandmaster Forger really is an extraordinary existence. Feng was indescribably shocked as he looked at the leather gloves Siliora wore. The fact that the gloves remained unaffected by the disintegration power the disintegration armor radiated could only mean that the pair of gloves was legendary equipment. In God's domain, legendary items were likewise items that NPCs could obtain only by chance. Even among Tier 4 NPCs, very few of them would have a legendary item. Meanwhile, those who did were no doubt powerful individuals in kingdoms and empires. Moreover, Siliora did not have just one legendary item. When the disintegration power tried spreading to Siliora's body, a layer of invisible power blocked it abruptly. Meanwhile, the only possibility Feng could think of to explain such a phenomenon was that the leather armor Siliora wore was also legendary rank. 2 legendary items. In the past, even players who obtained only one legendary item could challenge opponents of a higher tier. Meanwhile, players that managed to acquire 2 legendary items had been as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain, and every one of them was a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Just as Feng was admiring the legendary items on Siliora, the latter picked up the Disintegration armor and placed it in the heart of the magic array protecting the smithy. She then began drawing runes and chanting an incantation. Following which, line after line of divine runes flew rapidly to surround the Disintegration armor. After just a short moment, hundreds of lines of divine runes encircled the Disintegration armor. These runes then transformed into magic arrays. In the blink of an eye, a 5-fold magic array formed around the Disintegration armor. The frightening pressure that the 5-fold magic array radiated made even Feng extremely uncomfortable. When the 5-fold magic array's formation was complete, the magic array thoroughly suppressed the disintegration power the Disintegration armor was leaking. Seeing this, Siliora took out a crystal, which glowed with a golden hue, and inserted it into the 5-fold magic array. Boom! The moment the golden crystal came into contact with the magic array, the entire magic array ignited with dazzling, golden flames. Unlike ordinary flames, these golden flames gave off a sacred and gentle feeling. Meanwhile, the Disintegration armor trapped inside the magic array started transforming. The incomparably tough materials making up the armor turned bright red and even showed signs of melting. What? This is sacred fire. Feng could not help but gape in shock when he saw the golden flames. Sacred fire was something he had only seen depicted in the ancient texts of God's domain. This kind of flame was known as a refining treasure. However, sacred fire did not exist naturally in the continent of God's domain. It only occurred in certain special spaces. Aside from ancient gods, nobody else could truly control it. Meanwhile, the sacred fires that could be found in God's domain were all sealed in special crystals left behind by the ancient gods and could be used only once. Even so, sacred fire was still a flame countless forgers dreamed of obtaining. It was fervently sought after because this flame was the best flame for forging legendary items. In Feng's previous life, a crystal-encased sacred fire had appeared in the Blackwing auction house. Back then, many wealthy players and NPCs had contested over the item. In the end, though, the Super Guild Battle Wolves had purchased it for an astronomical price of 310,000 gold, shocking the entire God's domain. Back then, many superpowers had ridiculed the Battle Wolves for being foolish. After all, the Super Guild had spent 310,000 gold for a one-time use item, which was a massive expenditure even for a Super Guild. However, in the end, one had to admit that it had been money well spent. Using the sacred fire, the Grandmaster Forger working for the Battle Wolves had created a legendary item. Although its performance was below average, it was still a legendary item at the very least. Fragmented legendary items could not compare to it. This outcome had also further whetted the various superpowers' desire for sacred fire. Feng had never imagined that Siliora had actually managed to get her hands on a sacred fire. Moreover, she even used it on the Disintegration armor without asking for payment. If he was required to cover the cost, even if he sold himself now, he wouldn't be able to gather enough money. While Feng was lost in his thoughts, the Disintegration armor inside the 5-fold magic array had turned white-hot. Meanwhile, Siliora started writing another series of divine runes and merging them into the Disintegration armor. Despite Feng having a certain level of understanding of divine runes, his mind was a complete blank when he looked at the divine runes Siliora wrote. 5 minutes later, the white-hot Disintegration armor was covered entirely in golden runes. At this moment, Siliora stopped writing divine runes and breathed out a sigh of relief. Although her face was visibly tired, her eyes glowed with excitement. Good. Now is the time. Use your blood to establish a contract. Siliora suddenly shouted to Feng. As soon as Siliora said these words, a system notification entered his ears. System, Do you wish to establish a blood contract and permanently contribute 200 points of every basic attribute to the Disintegration armor? 200 points of every basic attribute? Feng could not help being shocked as he looked at the system notification. Permanently losing 200 points in every basic attribute was equivalent to losing 1,000 attribute points. Losing so many attribute points was no laughing matter. If an ordinary expert were placed in such a situation, their accounts would be crippled instantly. Even Feng would have great difficulty making up for such a loss. Feng had never expected the price of the Disintegration armor to be so huge. System, you have 5 seconds remaining to make a decision. If you refuse, you will not have another chance in the future. Alright, I agree. Feng declared while clicking agree. Just like the system had stated, this was an opportunity for him. If he rejected it, who knew when he would gain another chance to obtain a legendary item in the future? Moreover, the Disintegration armor was top-notch even among legendary items. In comparison, 1,000 attribute points was indeed an insignificant price to pay. Only, some of the advantages he had accumulated thus far would disappear as a result of this decision. After Feng clicked agree, a blood-red magic array appeared before him. He then placed both his hands on the magic array without hesitation. He felt power leaving his body right away. At the same time, blood-red magic circuits appeared on the surface of the Disintegration armor. Once these magic circuits covered the entire Disintegration armor, the armor released a pulse, as if it had just gained life. This pulse of power instantly shattered the 5-fold magic array. In the next moment, Feng felt an even more frightening aura coming from the Disintegration armor. However, unlike before, the aura the Disintegration armor exuded this time did not affect Feng whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of intimacy in this aura, as if the Disintegration armor was an extension of himself. Meanwhile, as the Disintegration armor's aura calmed down, another system notification entered Feng's ears. System, congratulations. You have completed the Recast the Disintegration armor quest. Rewarding 20 legacy skill points, 100,000 free skill proficiency points, 100 free mastery points, 50 humanity reputation points, 2 level increases, and the Disintegration user title. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. Chapter 1602, Legendary Reward. When the system notification ended, Feng's experience bar started increasing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he went from level 61 to level 63. Meanwhile, his legacy skill point count, which had stagnated for a long time now, also increased by 20 points. What a bountiful reward! Feng could not help getting a little excited as he looked at the quest reward. Normally, aside from completing special quests, players would receive only 1 legacy skill point for every 3 level-ups. To put it simply, legacy skill points were extremely rare. Yet now he had obtained 20 points from a single quest, enough for him to exchange for 1 or 2 Tier 2 legacy skills. In God's domain, skill books for the Tier 2 standard and higher were extremely rare. Normally, players could obtain skills and spells at Tier 2 and above only by using legacy skill points. Hence, even after reaching Tier 2, players would not have a lot of Tier 2 skills. They would mostly use Tier 1 skills for combat and keep Tier 2 skills as trump cards. In other words, gaining an additional Tier 2 skill was equivalent to gaining another trump card. Moreover, aside from legacy skill points, the quest had also awarded him with 100,000 free skill proficiency points, which would allow him to fast-track leveling up his skills. Needless to say, as a skill's level increased, its overall performance would improve as well. This, in turn, would enhance his combat power. Following which, Feng spent all of his legacy skill points to learn Purgatory Pentaslash, a Tier 2 legacy skill with maximum explosive power. Purgatory Pentaslash, Action Type. Requires Sword. Tier 2, Level 1. Proficiency 0/30, 000. Instantly execute 5 slashes, with each slash being stronger than the former. Each subsequent slash gains an additional 20% strength and 10% attack speed. Cooldown, 20 seconds. After learning the skill, Feng immediately invested 30,000 proficiency points to upgrade Purgatory Pentaslash to Tier 2, Level 2. Now, each subsequent attack gained an additional 21% strength and 11% attack speed. Although the improvement was small, to a Tier 2 player, an addition of 1% strength could mean an increase of 10 strength. Not to mention, this addition would be repeated 4 times in total. As for the remaining 70,000 proficiency points, Feng used them to upgrade the Tier 1 Chop. Chop was a skill that swordsman players could learn at Tier 0. The skill could be upgraded only to the Tier 1 standard at maximum. However, it was a skill that players would frequently use in battle, as it had a very short cooldown. At the same time, the skill also dealt a relatively significant amount of damage. Hence, as long as swordsman players upgraded their chop skill, their overall DPS would improve as well. After Feng invested his remaining 70,000 proficiency points, his chop skill leveled up twice, instantly going from Tier 1, Level 3 to Tier 1, Level 5. Chop, action type. Requires, sword. Tier 1, Level 5, proficiency 12, 612/30, 000. Additional 1,600 base damage. Deals up to 3 consecutive hits in 1 second. If attacks land in the same location, damage is increased by 60%. Attack range, 7 yards. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Compared to when the skill was at Tier 1, Level 1, after it reached Tier 1, Level 5, not only did the additional base damage it dealt increase by 1,000 points, but the bonus damage multiplier provided, if all 3 attacks landed on the same spot, had also risen from 50% to 60%. There was a significant improvement in damage. Most importantly, the attack range had also extended from 6 yards to 7 yards, which made it even more difficult for enemies to dodge the skill. Feng felt very satisfied with this outcome. In the past, level 60+ swordsmen normally managed to level up their chop only to Tier 1, Level 2 or Level 3. Very few had been able to level up the skill to Tier 1, Level 4, much less Level 5. After distributing his free skill proficiency points, Feng set his eyes on the Disintegration User title. Disintegration User Advanced Title. The proof of ownership for the Disintegration Power. Endow Disintegration Power to a maximum of 30 players within a 200-yard radius, increasing their basic attributes by 10% and damage by 20%. The magic damage and physical damage they receive will also be decreased by 30% and 15%, respectively. Reading the introduction for the Disintegration User title stunned Feng. Titles were different from domain skills. In the case of domain skills, the simultaneous use of multiple domain skills would weaken their effects slightly, there might even be a counterreaction. However, it was a different story for titles. The effects of titles could be stacked with the effects of domain skills without them interfering with one another. Although he could only endow Disintegration Power to a maximum of 30 players, it was still plenty amazing. The Disintegration User title would work wonders in team battles and dungeon raids. Meanwhile, although the Disintegration User title's effects were wonderful, Feng had noticed an even more exciting matter. And that was the increase to his basic attributes. Due to the improvement of his life rating, each time he leveled up, he would gain more basic attributes than he did before. After leveling up twice in a row, not only had he acquired a large number of free attribute points, but his basic attributes had also received a significant boost. Overall, he now gained 20 more attribute points each time he leveled up. So, this is the power of the Dark Iron Bloodline? Feng was at a loss for words as he looked at his improved basic attributes. Currently, he was still only a level 63, Tier 2 player, yet the Dark Iron Bloodline was already providing him with an additional 20 attribute points with each level up. Moreover, this number would increase as he reached higher levels and tiers. He might even be able to recover the 1,000 attribute points he lost today before he got to level 100. Just as Feng was feeling shocked by the power of his bloodline, Siliora turned her gaze to him. "You're very lucky. The recasting this time was extremely successful. However, as you are too weak right now, despite having established a blood contract with the disintegration armor, you still cannot fully control the disintegration armor. Right now, all the blood contract is doing is preventing you from being affected by the armor's power. If you wish to fully control the armor, you'll need to become stronger," Siliora said as she turned her gaze back to the disintegration armor, which was still sitting in the center of her smithy's magic array. "However, you don't need to feel dejected. Although you cannot use the disintegration armor now, since you've already established a blood contract with it, you can utilize a small portion of its power." Although she had managed to recast the disintegration armor, at the end of the day, she was not the armor's creator. She only managed to shoddily re-establish the armor's magic circuits using her limited knowledge of divine runes. The divine runes she drew simply could not compare with those of the disintegration armor's creator. The final magic circuit she ended up forming still had many problems. The flow of energy in the armor also wasn't perfect. Without a considerable amount of power, one would not be able to control the armor at all. Upon hearing Siliora's words, Feng could not help but take a look at the disintegration armor's attributes. Indeed, just like Siliora had said, the disintegration armor was still considerably unstable after being recast. It needed him to reach tier 3 before he could equip it. Aside from that, there was no other information stated in the armor's attribute panel. However, the disintegration field skill granted to him had strengthened considerably. Disintegration field disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range of the disintegration field will sustain a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique, and stamina in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. This is the real disintegration field? After looking at the new disintegration field, Feng finally understood why legendary items could allow players to challenge opponents of higher tiers. Currently, he could use only a small portion of the disintegration armor's power, yet the armor was already providing him with such great benefits. If he could equip the armor now, he would simply be invincible among the current players of God's domain. However, Feng only toyed with this thought. Legendary equipment was not that easy to equip, all the more top-notch legendary equipment like the disintegration armor. He should just be grateful that the disintegration armor no longer suppressed him and provided a stronger disintegration field. After storing the disintegration armor, Feng finally shifted his sights to the pitch-black energy bead floating in midair. Although the energy bead's aura had already disappeared, the energy bead had also formed a zone completely void of mana around itself. Just by entering this void zone, Feng felt his entire body becoming incomparably heavy. At the same time, his mind also became sluggish like never before. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. Chapter 1603, Destruction Crystal. What is this thing? The closer Feng got to the hovering energy bead, the heavier his body felt. He even felt somewhat dizzy, his mind growing fuzzy. He felt as if his control over his own body had dulled, as if it no longer belonged to him. This was the first time he had ever experienced such a sensation in God's domain, both in this life and the previous one. If players merely lost some attributes, they'd, at most, feel physically powerless, but their mind wouldn't be affected. Yet, despite his unchanged basic attributes, his overall combat power had decreased by at least 80%. At this point, even an ordinary Tier 2 player could easily kill him. It's best if you don't get too close to this thing. When Feng was less than a yard from the energy bead, Celiora raised her hand to stop him. Hearing Celiora's warning, Feng obediently retreated from the energy bead. He only regained control of his body after he had left the void zone. He couldn't help but stare at the energy bead in shock. It was too strong. If he could wield this power, using it on the battlefield against other players, he'd become truly invincible. While the energy bead didn't suppress basic attributes, it significantly reduced players' control of their bodies, and regardless of how high a player's attributes were, they'd become a helpless child when subjected to the energy bead's mental suppression. This isn't something you can withstand at your current power. If you try to touch it, you'll lose your life on the spot. Even if you are a heaven-blessed individual, it'll still be some time before you can resurrect, Celiora explained when she noticed Feng's dumbfounded expression. Death upon touch? And the resurrection time is so long? Feng couldn't help his growing curiosity over the bead's identity. Lady Celiora, what is this item? He had heard of many items that could kill players upon contact, but he had never heard of items increasing players' resurrection time. As far as he knew, only certain skills and high-tiered NPCs could do such a thing. The ability to absorb a player's soul was one such example. Yet, even after using omniscient eyes on the energy bead, the bead's inscription still said, unknown. He couldn't even get a name. This is a destruction crystal, formed from the power of destruction. Not only can it destroy physical material, but it can also destroy souls. If even a strand of this power of destruction taints an immortal soul, it will need a long time to recover, Celiora explained as she watched the hovering, black bead. Although the destruction crystal is currently inactive, even the weak energy it's radiating is dangerous to you. After her explanation, Celiora began to chant an incantation, writing several lines of divine runes in the air as she did so. In seconds, the divine runes encased the destruction crystal. With a wave of her hand, Celiora sent the hovering crystal to Feng. You can consider this destruction crystal as an unexpected reward. Use it during a crucial moment to save your life, but be careful when you do. If not handled properly, you might sacrifice your own life during the process, Celiora gravely warned Feng. Alright, you can leave now. I've gained a significant boon from recasting the disintegration armor, so I need to rest and process the information. Since I don't wish to be disturbed, I'll be leaving White River City for some time. Feng stored the destruction crystal and nodded to Celiora before taking his leave. Although it seemed as if Celiora hadn't done much, as a master forger, Feng was familiar with the delicacy of re-establishing the disintegration armor's magic circuits. The process would even exhaust a grandmaster forger like Celiora. After leaving Celiora's smithy, Feng could no longer bottle his curiosity as he inspected the destruction crystal in his bag. Destruction crystal, consumable. Sealed by Celiora. When unsealed, unleashes the power of destruction in a 1,000-yard radius. A 1,000-yard AoE? Feng's jaw dropped when he read the introduction text. The destruction crystal's AoE was even stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, but unlike these spells, which could be cast from a distance, the disintegration crystal would explode the moment the seal was lifted. Even if a player threw the thing when they activated it, they'd be lucky to get it 100 yards away and would still get caught in the AoE. Meanwhile, the power of destruction would damage both the physical body and the soul. If this power killed a player, the consequences would be even more severe than if their immortal soul were absorbed. It was no wonder why Celiora warned him to take care when using the destruction crystal. I mustn't use this unless it's absolutely necessary. When Feng recalled the feeling of standing too close to the power of destruction, his heart skipped a beat. However, now that he had dealt with the disintegration armor, his basic attributes were free of its suppression. Moreover, he no longer had to worry about mutated orcs targeting him out in the fields. He could now execute his plans without worry. As Feng prepared to visit Zero Wing City to check on its situation, his system communicator rang. Phoenix Rain. Feng could not help his curiosity when he saw the caller ID. Phoenix Rain had been very busy lately. After gaining control of a portion of Thunder Island, she had quickly taken advantage of the opportunity to grow her faction's strength. In addition, she still had to keep an eye on Nine Dragons Emperor. She should be busy as hell, without a minute to spare, yet she was contacting him. Naturally, Feng picked up the call. Feng, I've just received some important information. You should be very careful of Heaven's Burial, Phoenix Rain said somberly. Since Nine Dragons Emperor gained nothing on Thunder Island due to our partnership, he's secretly colluded with Beast Emperor. From what my subordinates discovered, Nine Dragons Emperor has only made one demand of Beast Emperor, Zero Wing's destruction. Furthermore, Beast Emperor has deep ties with Heaven's Burial. Now that your two guilds are at war, Beast Emperor won't miss this opportunity. Beast Emperor? Feng frowned. Previously, due to his focus on the war with Heaven's Burial, he had temporarily set aside the issue of Beast Emperor and the Black Dragon Empire's Evil Gods Temple. If Beast Emperor really got involved in this guild war, Zero Wing would be at a disadvantage, yet Feng didn't know the Evil Gods Temple's exact whereabouts in the Black Dragon Empire and Star Moon Kingdom. Beast Emperor also moved like a ghost, and right now, Feng had no way of dealing with the man. You should also be careful of Heaven's Burial's Lei Jingyang. Although Lei Jingyang only leads a workshop, the Thunder Legion under his command has quite a few Refinement Realm experts. Moreover, the Thunder Legion's members are extremely adept in field combat. When Crimson Emperor tried to contest Lei Jingyang's group over an ancient ruin, the guild actually lost. Even Cuttlefish, the commander of Crimson Emperor's Trump Card Legion, died. It's best if you avoid small-scale field battle with Lei Jingyang's people, Phoenix Rain warned. Even Cuttlefish lost? Feng was surprised. Crimson Emperor was a super first-rate guild and in no way weaker than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, Cuttlefish, who commanded the guild's Trump Card Legion, was a powerful individual. Although he was not a domain realm expert, he had a wealth of combat experience. He was also the Guardian Knight and ranked 77th on the God's Domain Experts list, earning the nickname Iron Wall. In a one-on-one fight, even domain realm experts would struggle to kill him. Furthermore, Cuttlefish was constantly surrounded by his own experts. Feng found it hard to believe that Lei Jingyang had actually killed the man. In any case, just be careful, Phoenix Rain reiterated. If you lack manpower, I'll send Blue and a group of experts to help. I'm sure that Heaven's Burial will hold back from doing anything drastic with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around. Thank you for the offer, but we'll handle this ourselves. After all, I'm sure that you have your own issues to deal with. I've heard that Nine Dragons Emperor has been causing quite a bit of trouble for you lately, Feng said, smiling as he rejected Phoenix Rain's offer. While Heaven's Burial wasn't an easy foe, Zero Wing was no pushover either. All right. Phoenix Rain sighed. She felt that Zero Wing was too stubborn. Although Zero Wing had grown quite strong, it still wasn't a match for Heaven's Burial. Moreover, its enemy had the support of Blackwater and Beast Emperor. If this war weren't dealt with properly, it might mean the fall of Zero Wing. After Feng disconnected the call, he contacted Aqua Rose and instructed her to gather the guild's internal members and the disciples from the White Tiger Dojo in White River City's guild residence. He had been preoccupied with his own matters, but now that he was free, it was time to introduce some new blood to the guild. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.